Hello, all. Welcome. Hello, KK. It doesn't show that you're watching or that you're viewing. Oh, now it does. Hang on, sorry. Trying to get used to a new little setup here. Is my volume okay? Can you hear me okay? Hey, Six String. How are you doing? Merry Christmas. Hello, Amy. Oh, good. I'm trying to not speak too loudly because my parents are in a room over there. So, Robert the Southwest. Well, we're gonna at least collide or something when he shows up. You know, Bill, he likes to make entrance. So. Oh, nice. So, are you going to decorate them? Do you have decorating on the agenda? Well, hello, J-Dog. Welcome. We are just letting the house fill up a little bit, waiting on Bill. If my mic hits my zipper, let me know. It can, maybe I'll do it a little bit so it's not hopefully hitting. Oh, there we go.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hang on. Hang on. You can't hear me? What the fuck? All right. Hang on. Let's see what's going on.
Ha. Okay, I was muted. You guys can hear Bill, but I can't. Okay, let me.
Can you hear?
Out.
Hold on, Mel. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Now.
Hang on.
Can you all hear me? Hear me? What's up, Six String Gunner? What's up, suckers? What's up? Can you hear me?
You can hear us both, KK? Why can't I hear Bill?
Because I am at a upper echelon to you. Do you have your headset turned off? Is that what's up?
Okay. You guys can hear us, but I can't hear him. That's going to make for an interesting show.
Yeah, probably. All right, hang on.
Hey, Johnny.
One word.
One word. Okay. Nose. Nose. Second word. You're here. Okay, hold on. Can you hear me, Bill? Okay, hang on.
Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me then, right? So Mel's got her mute on or something.
Why can't I hear you?
Looks like I'll be doing the show tonight. So nice to see you all. Glad of you to
Okay.
show up. Welcome to the Mel
I'm gonna
Monk Show.
try. Hold
I am
on. I'm gonna
going to-
try to leave
Oh, she's going to try.
and come back. Hopefully,
no.
if I leave, that won't completely mess us up. Okay?
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So thank you for passing it to me, Mel, on the special report that we have planned for tonight. I'm glad to be taking the helm. Can you still hear me? You guys, answer in the chat because I can see the chat right here. I'm watching. Can you hear me? Always Amy. I see always Amy. Is it Amy sometimes? Me. Amy most of the time? Me. Always Amy? Me. Always Amy. It's good to see you, Amy.
Okay.
I hope
Can
you're
you hear
doing
me?
well. It's good to see you all. Can you hear me, Mel?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Bill?
I can hear you. Can the chat hear us?
That's the next key.
All right. We'll find out if they do. Whoa. I'm very excited.
Hey, Sam. How
Hi,
are
Sam.
you?
How are you, Sam? I just have to repeat you now for a little bit. Hey, I love it. You're in front of your Christmas tree.
I am. My parents are staying in my woman cave, so
Oh, how fun.
I am. I had to find a new home.
Sounds like a super great time.
Yes.
Nothing like having the parents at the house.
Yeah, they are here for 3 weeks until they
how
move.
fortunate.
They're moving out of state.
That's
So
that's like
they are.
that's like getting the grand prize before the grand prize, or the booby prize before the grand prize. Hi, the good news is we're moving out of state. The bad news is we're staying with you for the next 3 weeks. Fantastic. My Christmas tree is right over. I look backwards here. There.
I know, me too.
It's over there. Damn, this is crazy. It's there. There.
It's very pretty. It's amazing.
This is nuts. Okay. I'm trying to get used to it. Every time I think I'm floating into the frame, I'm floating out of the frame. I'm like,
yeah, I know. I have
hey,
to keep
here's Bill's
watching.
head. Hey, what's going on? I'm out of frame. So did you watch this?
Everything's backwards. Hello, Great Informer.
Hey, sorry, Great Informer. Great to see you.
Okay, just real quick, Bill. So, Great Informer, I did join.
No, take over your show, please.
I did join Great Informer, and I didn't find anybody. I couldn't remember what you said your name was, so I just followed everybody that Bill was connected to, and assumed that maybe I got you somewhere in there. So hopefully that worked.
That worked.
If not, I'm same name there as I am here. So, all right, Bill. Billy.
So I noticed that you called this the Bill and Mel collusion. It's collusion. No collusion, folks. Remember that. No collusion. No obstruction. No collusion. Nothing with Russia. Nothing with China. No collusion. The collusion delusion.
Yeah, I wanted to have a little fun.
That's a good name, Mel. That's a good name.
I wanted to have a little fun with it.
I like it.
So.
Merry Christmas, by the way. Your trees just got me just super into Christmas.
Well, thank you. We like Christmas around here, so we Christmassy it up. Yeah.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Everything. This is so we have a 12-foot whatever you call it, peak in the ceiling, on our ceiling. So we always try to get the biggest tree we can. Last year, our
I was
eyes
gonna
were a
say,
little
why didn't you
too.
get the big one?
Believe me, last year we cut down an 18-foot tree. So
And how'd
this year I
that
was
make
like,
you feel? How did you feel after that?
this year I was like, okay, people,
You
we are
barbarian.
bringing a tape measure with us, okay? Because this is a little ridiculous.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, the amount of manpower it takes to get the tree into the truck and into the house.
Have
It's a
you
little,
ever watched the Griswold's Christmas? Did you
yeah,
see it? Did you see the tree that guy picked out?
yeah, I mean, it's been a long time, but yeah, we're a little bit like that, although we try to, I mean, I hope that I go slightly more classy than,
Oh, of
totally
course.
obnoxious. We'll see. I don't know. Hello, the
Yeah.
redneck prepper. Um, so yes, we have. Um, oh, thanks, great informer. I'm supposed to call you Tony. I'm sorry. Hello, Tony. Um, but yeah, we have a lot of people on here that are just awesome.
True. It's 100% true.
um,
It's true.
it is true. It is true. And I saw your comment, and then I don't know, I was talking and I get easily distracted. I'm sorry. It's like a bright shiny light, and I'm like, oh look. Um, so, do you like your Charlie Brown Christmas tree? Because if you like your Charlie Brown Christmas tree, then that's all that matters. And is it an official Charlie Brown Christmas tree? Because I know last year they were selling like actual in a box that said Charlie Brown Christmas tree, and so maybe
Like
it's
the smartest thing ever for somebody to like market and sell.
right. Exactly.
Incredible.
So Robert Nazawa is saying that he should decorate a Charlie
Is
Brown
Robert
coconut
Nazala
tree.
is here. Hey,
Yeah.
Robert Nazala. I see
Oh
you.
yeah. It's so
What's up, buddy?
yeah, sorry. I saw you, Robert, and I thought in my mind, like, hello.
Six string gunner. I just read your comment. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know it's hilarious. It looked so sad. That's how I picked up my first puppy. All the other ones were jumping up at me. They're like, "Pick me, pick me, pick me!" And I looked over and I saw this little dude like this, like sitting over in the corner, like he ain't gonna pick me. And guess what? I picked him.
You picked him.
Never
Well,
mind.
that's better than I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say that's how you picked out your first girlfriend, and I thought, oh man, this is going to go bad.
That's like how I picked out my first 6 girlfriends. Kidding me?
Well, there you go.
And I've only had 6 in my life. So anyway,
okay, yeah. So
moving on.
Six String is saying that it's not an official. It was just saying it's not an official. It's an imposter. So
Yeah, it's super rejected. It doesn't even get the title of Charlie Brown tree. It's super rejected.
Exactly.
So it's even a level below Charlie Brown. Dude, you did a service. When you're done with Christmas, put a bullet in it. It's that poor tree. But thank God you gave it a home for a minute.
Well, maybe it desires to be firewood after you're done. I don't know, or maybe kindling. I guess it would maybe be better.
You know what? That's super resourceful, so that's not a bad idea. You could burn it.
I like to have good ideas every once in a while.
That's good. Yes, you have many of them, Mal.
Thank you.
You're a thinker. You're a thinker. Oh, I see people also in the chat, in addition to Great Informer and the Redneck Prepper, and always Amy. I see Red Pill Marine. What's up, Red Pill? Yes. I see you, KK. What's up, KK? And Six String Gunner. I'm not convinced that I know who you are, but it's nice to see you.
He's been here a few times.
Awesome.
I met him.
And S.A. McGibbon. I don't want to leave you out because I see that you've been interjecting. It's nice to see you too. So
Yeah, her name is Sam. She has a great show. She puts on a lot of nice and I mean, considering how long I've been going recently, she puts on these nice, short, informative pieces. She gets in there, gets out,
those are the best
doesn't
kind.
blab on like I do. So
Oh, I got the same problem as you, Mel. Go. Just go.
the audience
Maybe she's
is
better at putting it all together.
the audience is in for a fun time then tonight because we're just gonna both blab.
Let's go. Let's do it. I'm excited.
Great Informer says Bill Center is a good patriot. I've seen him in other chats. He's a great supporter of conservative channels. Six String said he's been everywhere. You might want to qualify that one, Six String, but yes, no, he is. I see him all the time in all sorts of chats. And Sandra or Sam or S.A. McGibbon is also all over the place as far as lots of chats. Sorry, I don't know, something probably flying out of the tree or something. It's amazing all the stuff we bring home in these trees. I'm waiting for a new pet that way. Like, oh, look, a pet raccoon. Oh, great.
Great Informer's got the one-liners coming out again. I just read one. It's funny.
The thumbs, the fingers.
She is too easy. Listen, everybody's like, yeah, she's got moxie. She got moxie. Listen, she got interviewed. She put herself in the running to be interviewed to become this representative in this district of New York. And they ran against, pardon my French, they ran against a fat Democrat, thought he would win, no problem, never had a problem in his life. And she won. She beat him. She upset the world. She beat him. But it was all by design.
Right.
She went through an interview process.
She was
through over 1,000 people and became that congresswoman from New York. Mm-hmm. She is a plant.
Yeah, she was going for a part. And the reason she has such moxie is because she doesn't know any better. She doesn't realize when she's saying something that's ignorant.
Really?
And so
Mel, honestly, do you believe that? You don't think she's got some semblance knowing that she went through an interview process to become a congresswoman?
She went through an audition. I don't know if she went through an interview process. I think they just wanted someone who could repeat.
Right.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. But I mean, here's the thing. Why would it be by design? And maybe I'm missing something, but why would it be by design that you would get on a video, you would upload a video of you sitting there, munching on food, sitting on the floor, trying to figure out how to put together IKEA furniture. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's a certain aspect of that shows, oh, she's a real person. There's a connection to real people, but real ignorant people sometimes. Right. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe that's who she's trying to connect to.
All right. So, may I interject an opinion on that?
Oh, please. Yes.
All right. So I would submit that in addition to her, with Ilhan Omar and Ariana Presley and Rashida Tlaib from the great state of Michigan, what a disaster of a individual congresswoman.
Why did you guys do that?
It certainly wasn't in my district, but they have interwoven into a George Soros funded campaign that goes towards Green New Deals. It goes towards smashing everything that's great about capitalism. And so it wasn't about her being a one woman, one mission. It was about her filling a role within, let's just call it the squad. It was about her filling her role within the squad that was about to be the voice of the 29-year-olds and under in America. Because I don't know how you get along with them. I get along with almost everybody, but people that aren't in tune with what's going on in general life and that kind of stuff. I mean, this is the video game culture. These are the people that are glued to their faces to the fucking screens, right? They're listening. They're playing Fortnite. They're at it all the time. They don't have enough time to even let an ounce of truth seep into their brain. And I think that they have also been raised under the presumption that global warming is real. And I agree that global warming happens. There's rising and there's lowering. It happens all through life. I mean, it's how
Cyclical.
Earth is the
Absolutely.
ultimate regulator of what it needs to be healthy. The Earth, despite all of our best efforts, knows how to keep itself healthy. But it's been taught through the school system. It's
Yep.
that socialist agenda that they have tried to ram down the throats of the kids that are in society, and they back it up with television programming. Again, it's called programming for a reason. They program. I had to de-escalate my children many times in the mainstream school system. Why? Because I kept an open dialogue with them and learned about what they were learning about. And I went, whoa, no, keep an open mind. But that's not happening. You get
Well,
what I'm
and
saying, Mel?
the thing is, Bill, is that it has gotten so much worse. I mean, all of your kids are out of the house, at least college age,
Yeah.
and it has gotten so much worse. And the amount of, in fact, I was reading an article yesterday or something that was talking about Christian universities and how Christian universities weren't going to make it if they did not what did they say? If they didn't adjust, that wasn't the word that they used, but the idea was, this move of the alphabet community, right?
Yeah.
And the way, excuse me, the way that they move in, but so one example they used George Fox in Oregon, right? They said, oh, well, they were having some event, and one of the students got up and pretty much came out as gay, right? And everybody clapped, or a lot of people clapped for them and all that. And this idea of the Christian students, even that are going through the school system, are coming out because that is normal. For them, gay marriage,
Right.
what was that, 4 or 5 years ago? Gay marriage became legal 4 or 5 years ago. So with that, for kids that are 18, 19, 20, the idea of the alphabet community is much more normal now. And now when you look at what they're and sixth string, I love the verbiage, just the indoctrination, right? I'm calling them now indoctrination camps.
School?
Yes.
School?
Yes.
Yeah, it might as well be.
Right. Because of the just as if you look at how young they are starting. And I think a lot of people, Bill, you made the point that you kept in conversation with your kids and were able to know what they were learning and all that.
Yeah.
The thing is that is harder and harder for people for multiple reasons, because one, the system is designed to come between parent and child. And so, and the system is designed to see the teacher as the expert and the actual teacher, the one with the knowledge, and the parent not as much. So the parent has to fight to keep that position in their own child's mind.
That's well put. That's well put. You summed it up right there at the end. The parent has to fight, which means the parent has to stay involved in their child's life. If you're not engaging with your child as they grow up, if you are not, listen, your child should know you inside and out, and you should know them inside and out. By the time that they get through 8th grade, they ought to know every decision that they had to go through. Did I have that? Not in the best influences. Wise above my years in really bad ways. Yeah.
Mhm.
I had an older
Right,
brother, I had an older brother 5 years older than me, and I had a dad that was a cop. I mean, he laid it all on the line and told us what was up, where the buckwheat and the bullshit lied. And this is how you are in life and society. And my brother did all kinds of things that were heinously wrong and like messed his life up for about 30 years. And you know what I did? I learned his
right.
mistakes and I didn't make them,
Yep,
but I
yep,
still fucked off and I pushed everything to the limit in my own way by trying to be smarter. But
right,
the life that my children have versus that and that kind of freedom growing up,
right.
because that's exactly what it was, is it was freedom. Thank God my parents were just happy that I wasn't as bad as my brother. So I took the pressure off, They were just
Yeah.
happy. They're like, man, he goes to school and he stays out of trouble. That's good. Meanwhile, I was just doing my thing, but the
Right,
level of having my kids come home and and sitting down and having a conversation with them. And I'm not talking about a passing by conversation.
right.
And I'm not talking about it being all creepy, weird parent child talk. I mean, I am
Oh,
a
I like to get all
friend.
creepy weird.
I am a friend to my kids, but not in destructive ways. I will
Mhm.
always lead them the right way. And it was important with them going through the school system to just have conversations with them. And I missed your joke, but I'm sure it was well received. I'm sure I deserved it.
No, I don't even remember. I honestly don't remember what I said. I'm
I
sorry.
probably deserved it.
No, I don't even remember what I said. I just, mouth off every once in a while, apparently, but
I got you. I got you. But I feel passionate about my kids,
yeah.
I
Well,
I feel passionate about other people's kids. I see how other people
yeah.
raise their kids and I go, "Oh my God, I and you can't put
Well,
your foot in on that.
but that's the thing. That's the
Hey,
thing is that number one, th- the farther and farther we go, the more time that passes, the more involved the school is in the kids' lives.
by design.
The less the parent is even allowed to be involved. So,
Yeah.
as much as like you said, it's a fight, right? You had to make a
Yeah.
concerted effort to
For
talk to
sure.
your kids.
Yeah.
But, the thing is, the busier that the kids are, the more, I mean, what do they want to do? They want to extend school hours so they have the kids for longer, right? And all under, right,
PU.
all under the guise of things like, well, it's helping families out, right? And well, we can give them more breakfast and lunch and hey, we can feed them dinner now, right? Um, and so it's all under that guise. But there are schools where for safety purposes, right?
Yeah.
Can't even go and sit in the classes and listen to what's happening. I should be able, if my kid is in your school, I should be able to go and attend that class and be able to hear everything that's being told. I should be able to go and sit in assembly and see the special guests that are coming. I should be told that special guests are coming, especially when we learn things like um, even if the curriculum, like a sex ed curriculum, is
Yeah.
approved, that okay, that goes, the board brings it to a meeting, parents are there, you can be heard and all that. So even if things are approved, well, anybody that they bring in from the outside doesn't have to abide by that curriculum. So they can
Can
bring
we
in Planned Parenthood, they can bring in the trans, story hour people, they can bring in anybody, and
can
those
we
people don't have to. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm such a douchebag. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
But I
no,
really want to get out a point. Um, and
yeah.
I'm so sorry to break you off.
No, no, go
But
ahead.
if all right, so would we say that the overwhelming majority of people are straight? I mean, can I say something as bold as that? Is that the overwhelming majority of
Absolutely.
people are straight?
Absolutely. As much as they try to say otherwise, as much as the narrative is painted a different way. No, absolutely. They are the outliers. The
So
alphabet community is the outliers.
yes. So I don't think that's out of bounds to say. And I say, what are we doing treating something that is less than 10%
Mhm.
probably of how regular, whatever
Right.
people think. All right, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. All right, you like
Right.
that way, you like doing that, you like people that are like you. Okay, I get it. I don't get it, but I mean, I get it. You do your thing,
Mhm.
and that's what you like to do. And I'm not judging you, but why do we have to change all the holidays in the year and all the shit that comes with? I mean, didn't we allow them to get married by or didn't America allow them to get married? And what has it done? It's only made shit 100 times worse.
Right. Right. And
It's
this
like
is
a gigantic snowball rolling down
Mhm.
the mountain and it taking everything out in its path. And it's
Mhm.
like, what the fuck? You're less than I gave him a lot when I said 10%. You're less than like 6%
It's
of the
between 5
population.
and 7%. I actually did the research on this. It's between
It's
5 and 7%,
ridiculous.
and that's from a university. It might have been Harvard, I'd have to go back and look, but it was from a a, um, a well-known research team that is
Jeez,
supportive of their causes, and
horrendous.
they're the ones 5 and 7%. You made that the comment, where has this gone? Six String made a comment about, look at the Chick-fil-A debacle, right?
Yeah, look at that.
Same thing. You try to, oh, what's that word I'm looking for? You try to,
Adhere,
uh, no.
assimilate.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that one. But, you try to give a little, right? Which is what we have been doing, which is what, even my series about the systematic normalization of pedophilia, even that's the whole point, is that we try to not rock the boat. We try to just give a little. Oh, well,
True.
if they want this, and that's the thing is it's intentional.
Because
That's the
we're good
problem.
people. We're good
Well,
people. So we say you should have that.
Well, okay, it's not only about that, but it's also people are busy. We're not out there. We don't have time. Normal, everyday Americans don't have time to be marching in the streets, don't have
Right.
time to be throwing daddy's, TV set in the street protest and then using daddy's credit card to go buy another one at Best Buy,
You're right.
the next day.
They're
We
blind.
don't have that. And so
You're
we
right.
don't have the time to be doing that. And you don't want to rock the boat. We built this culture where you don't want to be called the ists or the isms or the whatevers. And so and it's a matter of like, oh yeah, six string. You're given an inch, right? But it's intentional. It's purposeful. It's planned out. It's an agenda for decades and decades and decades. And so what it does is you take that, it's just that inch and that inch and that inch, and the more and more you give up, the point is we never say no.
It's true. You raise a great point. It's true. Yeah, piggybacking off of that. I mean, we've been piggybacking here on the same point, and I agree with you 100%. It's created a culture of spineless parents in the world, but not the
Mhm.
world, but America. Spineless. And you can say you're a spineless man or you're a spineless woman. Nobody ever says you're a spineless woman. We feel bad
Right.
because, like, a lot of those that get older get osteoporosis. They're bent over like the letter C. And I feel really bad when I see them like that. But it's a lack of calcium that puts them in that position. So, what does it tell me? Knowledge is power. These women that are bent over in the letter C, if they had taken calcium earlier through their years and stuff like that, they would have a stronger back. They just simply would. Not any of these women that are bent over and have that issue were carrying chickens or buckets of water on their head.
Right.
They weren't on the Mayflower. They weren't doing all that kind of stuff. So I just say knowledge is power and it applies in all aspects of our life. Listen, simple appreciation of calcium within women helps reduce osteoporosis. Am I building the soapbox right now? No, it's not it's not my intent. It's not my point. It's not anything I'm trying to even like get across. I'm just saying that there's so many things that we hang our hats on.
Right.
And you should be able to take that hat off of that through the assumption of proof that proves things are not what you believe they were. And believe it or not, anybody that's in this movement and awake and searching for knowledge and the truth knows damn well that they have had to move the goalposts in their own lives based on the information that has been uncovered, not speculation, not anything that cannot be proved 100%. And
Right.
it's forced us to move the goalpost. And that's okay. You're letting truth be your guide. You know what I mean?
So hang on. So Sandra is saying, "What a crock of crap at the Bill show." So I'd
Right.
like to. So what?
We should
I'm
date.
not.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
So I'm not sure
What a crock of crap.
what that's in regard to.
I don't know.
So I just thought I would let her comment again if
All right.
she knows I'm watching. So yeah, all we do is give participation trophies. Whatever happened to getting trophies if you succeed? Well, yeah, you can't do that because then you are putting someone else out. You're disenfranchising some other group, right? George Soros believes it's racist against Satan to have a dirt devil present. That was awesome. I'm sorry.
That's actually pretty damn funny.
Yeah. Yeah, no, PC has gotten us here. And you're right. It is. I mean, the reality is, I don't know. We live in a delusional society because you're talking about truth, Bill. You're talking about facts, things that can be proven. And you have a situation where, um, where people are inventing new genders, right? Where people are ignoring the fact that there are science. I mean, science says that what they are inventing in their minds, that the delusions that they are living in are just that. They're delusions. There is nothing scientifically that backs that up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is that what where
Yeah.
you're going?
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah. Yeah. And how is that measured? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, and again, I mean, going back to Sixth String talking about, PC has gotten us. Well, yeah, if I have to sit here and look at someone who is completely delusional
Yeah.
and say, "Oh yeah, absolutely. No, that's ridiculous." Or I'm called, whatever. And in this case, I mean, it's getting to the point, right, where it's not just about being called out for being racist or a homophobe or a whatever. It's getting to the point where free speech is on the line, right?
Sure.
And where,
Well, it's definitely on the line right now, Mel, because
right?
in the chat,
Okay.
Ms. McGibbon wants to call me out and say that my clear ignorance on a specific issue, and let me just read it, that his clear ignorance of all the facts on what's really happening that cripples people's health. My clear ignorance on all the facts.
Okay.
Maybe I don't have all the facts, but what I am very curious in is enlighten me to what you're talking about, because typically I don't voice an opinion unless I'm pretty confident. So you want to bring it? Bring it.
Okay.
Let me hear it. What you got?
Bill, be nice.
I'm just asking. What you
Love
got?
Sam. I'm betting, and I
I'm
will
not
let
saying
her.
you don't. I'm not saying I don't
I
either.
will let her explain what she's talking about, but I'm
Let her
betting
do it. She's
she
pretty
is
brutal though.
saying,
Breaking it down. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. I'll be right back.
okay. All right. Okay, Duke, I'm gonna go to your comment because I'm gonna let Sam. I think I know where she's going with this, but I'm gonna let her speak. because she's amazing and can speak for herself anyway. But with socialism, hold on. With socialism, nobody succeeds. Yes, Duke Roll. Um, and it's so funny. I was talking to my kids the other day. I'm like, seriously, by the time we get to actually having a Democratic candidate running against Trump, literally there is not a thing that we'll be able to think of that they will not have promised to give us for free, that they will not have promised is a right. And will be provided for us. You want a cell phone? Absolutely, that is a human right. Oh, what did Bernie just came out with? Wi-Fi or no, high-speed internet? Well, that's a basic human right, so you should have it for free. Is there, you need housing? Well, you should have it. You need healthcare? You should have it. You need college? You should have it. There isn't a single thing that they, there isn't a single thing that that they're not promising, or by the time we get to next year, that they won't be promising to give us for free. And who in the world is going to pay for all that? Not that not that they will be voted in 2020, but even though I do believe that, I still believe we all need to be every little bit, because the minute we stop fighting, the minute we stop speaking truth, is the minute they jump in and take over. So six string, okay, I know, you know what, but I'm a softer being. I don't know, I'm strong, but I'm also a little bit more gentle in some ways. So I'm like, woohoo. Okay, Bill, you read, I'm sure, and I read part of it. I was talking.
Yeah.
There are a whole lot of factors.
Yeah, you feel like it's getting a little bit dicey. I think we're all just starting to get along. You
Awesome.
open the door to dialect, and I don't necessarily agree that I'm
And that's
ignorant,
awesome.
but I'm certainly willing to listen. I didn't get a whole lot out of the response. I didn't quite understand it, honestly.
Okay,
But
so
I'm waiting.
a lot of
I'm listening.
factors.
I'm listening for
Okay,
what it is.
there are a whole lot of factors in people involved in people's continued decline of health, and eating a good diet is only one. So I think she's going back to the comment about the calcium and osteoporosis, and I'm assuming maybe that it has to do with some of the different ways
If
we're
I
being
can be
poisoned.
100% honest right now, Mel, I was joking around about the calcium and the osteoporosis. I wasn't trying to make a clinical die. I wasn't trying to make a clinical point. I was joking around, which, to be honest, maybe I came off that way to you, Miss Gibbons. I didn't mean to. I have a very non-serious way about me at times, and I don't mean to step on your feet. So I apologize.
You know what? Sandra is awesome, and I'm sure she's.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. She just,
No. I mean,
fucker, I'll kill you.
yeah, I don't think she was saying that, but okay. So I love this. Hold on. Red Pill is saying that he's always calm, or he's always gentle and calm himself. So, we can
He
take that to the bank.
is.
Yes. um, okay, hold on.
All right.
Oh, Great Informer is asking if you guys can call in. I think that's a good idea, although we might. We honestly haven't even gotten to the topic we were going to talk about.
What were we going to talk about? I know we had all these plans. Yeah, we'll talk about this.
Well, I mean, I don't care. We can stay on this vein. I just gave myself cold chills. Oh, goodness. We can stay on this one, or you had also wanted to discuss the lack of due process in the impeachment.
Oh, that's a
And
great topic to bring up. Why, you know what? Why don't we do the best of both worlds? Why don't I have a little rant on due process, and then maybe we'll do some call-ins.
okay.
Okay.
And I love this. Red Pill's like, yeah, he can call BS on himself.
Yeah, he can. He can. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good
Awesome.
man. So today, the Democrats filed 2 articles of impeachment against the President of the United States. One being
Yes.
obstruction of Congress. The other, what was it? Being a mean, big, bad bully, something like that.
That he abused the power of his office
Oh, that's what
and
it was.
obstructed justice.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
2 very generic dime store accusations that could be put on virtually every president, maybe even Jimmy Carter, in the history of presidencies. What kind of bullshit sham are these people running? They're coming out here, they're putting on this incredible show. They're having all of these under under privatized
Right.
skiff meetings in the basement of the Capitol building where nobody is allowed. The presidents are not allowed to have due process by having a member of his council present to ask questions, to do any of this. Remember that this whole show was going on for a matter of 6 weeks before the Republicans finally rolled up their sleeves, marched down the stairs into the skiff and said, "What are you doing?"
Mhm.
Of which Schiff quickly pulled his witness and left the skiff. There. Now, that's phase 1. Phase 2, they come out and say, okay, we're going to finally have the impeachment hearing. Great. So now they have the hearing, or they have the vote, and they vote to do now what they should have done was to have the impeachment inquiry through the House Judiciary. So now that's what we've been witnessing the last 2 weeks with all of these witnesses, all speculation, all bullshit. And if you haven't been watching it, well, maybe you still understand, but those of us that have watched it and are watching it, we know it's all pure bullshit.
Hmm.
All why? Mel hit it earlier. She said people don't have time to research it. They come home, they pick up a newspaper, they read the first headline, Trump, blah, 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 boom. They don't read it. They pick up, they watch any channel but Fox, except for a certain window, and they listen to 5 seconds of it, blah, 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 Trump over. If you're not involved in watching what's going on, you're not going to understand that due process for the president of the United States is not being delivered in any way, shape, or form. But I would speculate that the impeachment numbers and the dwindling percentages that they thought they once had are leaving, especially in the flyover states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and my state, Michigan. It is all turning for President Trump. And these are states that have to be won by Trump in the 2020 election. So it's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors, all of it. Anyway, the man is not being afforded due process.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. When you said you wanted to talk about this, I wanted to do a little bit of research because I know what I'm saying, right? But I wanted to do a little bit of research, right? And so as I was researching, there's information out there that says, okay, the Constitution does not call for the same due process in an impeachment hearing that it does, or an impeachment inquiry at least, that it does in a regular court of law. And so due process, in one article I read, due process is anything that majority deems due process is. So I started to think about this and I thought, okay, well, if due process as we know it is not really required, then what should happen and why? And why would even the Democrats want it to happen? So I was thinking about, okay, fairness. The idea of fairness has been thrown around a lot. And then what's best for the country? for your own party and then effectiveness. So ultimately, even if you're not putting what's best for the country, even if you're not putting that in the forefront, you still, I would assume, would want to be effective in what you're doing, right? And so I was looking at this, and the way that they are doing it by all the things that you said, right? By the secrecy, by the fact that they're changing up rules. So they not only prior to these processes starting, but even mid process, they're changing rules. They
Right.
are getting information. So like, Schiff didn't get his report out to them until Saturday night before they were
Yeah, they
in
drug it out.
hearing on Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
And so giving them like, how many pages worth of information did they
Like
say that
1,000.
it was ridiculous, some ridiculous
It was
amount
like 1,000 pages.
of
It was like a phone book.
to get between Saturday evening and then Tuesday morning when they were supposed to start this, right?
Ridiculous.
And be ready for questioning and all that. And so you would think that even for effectiveness, that they would want to do things in a way that are that would be considered fair, that would be seen as fair, because
You
our
need to
society.
suspend your reality, though, Mel. I mean,
Well,
you're honestly right. You're 100% correct in what you're saying. Is that you would think that they would blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Allow them time. They don't care. It's about trying to catch them off guard, to knock them off their feet, to ram hole this impeachment through. They are trying 100% to do that. I
right.
see you yawning. You're a West Coast. What time is it? Oh my God,
I
it's
know.
2 here. It's not even 11 o'clock where you live. You're
I know.
yawning.
I know.
You're yawning.
Stop saying the word or I will yawn more. I have the worst response. I have the worst yawn response
It's not
in the
even
world.
11.
I know.
It's
I know.
almost
And
2 where I
it's
live.
not because I'm tired. It's not because you're boring. It's just I have a yawning. Anyway, I know, Dee. I'm so sorry. Oh heavens. Oh no. I totally get what you're saying. And I'm not expecting, I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot of little pieces to this. I think that um there is a piece that thinks that they're gonna get away with it, right? Because they do get to write the narrative. They do have the media on their side. People are only going to be listening to part. I also think that part of it has to do with the fact that um, they aren't truly believing that they are going to be successful in impeachment. But I believe that they are really trying to damage. I think this is their election interference. I think that's what this is. This is their way of having pretty much as many kind of like paid commercials, right? Campaign ads. It's like one big campaign ad for them.
Yeah.
And so so I think that's I don't think that they're being pure in their motives. Absolutely.
Not at all.
Robert,
You're right.
sorry. Thank you for joining us, Robert. You're the youngest one, not the youngest one. You're the latest one. See, I can't even speak now.
Everybody knows I'm the youngest one.
Yes,
So I
Bill.
don't know what you're
the
babbling
youngest
about.
You're the youngest. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get caught up on chat. I know that we still have people wanting to call in as well. So make sure you say whatever you want to say before that you were wanting to say before that.
Who, me?
Yeah, Bill.
Oh, me. Okay.
Unless it's something.
I might have got it all out. I don't know. I just have to roll on here. I guess maybe I'll just put a bow tie on what I've already said, okay? Because I think I got out everything I had to get out, and I'll only know later if I did. But what I'm very excited about is that the way all of this is playing out right now, the way that we've been shown through the Q drops, and some of this goes deeper than some of you have gone within them, and that's okay. That's okay. If you don't follow Q, that's okay.
Mhm.
There's people that do follow Q, and I'm one of them. And I'm not really a betting man, but what I would say is that unless I felt 100% confident that what we're about to witness is going to happen, I wouldn't be on this show even talking about it for a second. I wouldn't know how to be wishy-washy on whether I support the president. Not given the gravity of what he's taking down, the gravity of what he's taken on with the help of a select few patriots that are part of what we have been witnessing, what we're watching. I wouldn't even have the balls to do it.
Mm.
And it is my confidence within the plan, within the Great Awakening, within the mathematical and statistical numbers that show that this can't be anything other than what it is, which is a phenomenal plan.
It's crazy.
One that they will write about and movies will be made about numerous times. And as we grow in the next 10, 15, 20, 25 years, as we all age, we will watch them make movies about moments like this right here and many moments that we witness on the internet. America and the world has woken up. The Great Awakening is on your footstep. It's right there in front of you. If you're not completely awoke yet, wake up. You're going to miss the ride. You're going to miss it. It's here. And you can chalk it up to being crazy. You can chalk it up to a million things. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm retarded. Maybe I'm a million different things, but I ain't wrong.
Right. Well,
And most
I
of us
think
aren't wrong.
a little bit for those of us who do know about Q, for those of us who do understand, Six String was saying we've got front row seats, right? And for those of us who have been paying attention,
Yeah.
it's important because there's going to be a lot of shocked people. In fact,
Yeah.
I think it was on Twitter, maybe it was on Parlor today. Someone had made some sort of comment about,
Did you get on Parlor? You got on Parlor?
I did,
I did
yeah.
too. Why didn't you follow
Yes.
me yet?
I did.
Okay, cool.
I
didn't
think you might
follow
have
you.
even followed me back.
Bad.
Might have been.
I'll look for it.
Okay.
All right, go on. I'm sorry. I
Um,
was such a shit. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go.
That's okay. So anyway, there was a comment made about, Trump in 2020 and all that, and someone had replied, "Oh, you actually hope, or you actually think that he's gonna be around for that? Well, I guess you can hope," or something like that. And I wanted to reply. I think I got distracted though. I started it and got distracted, but I started thinking about that and thinking about just the response that people had when he got elected the first time, right? I mean, like people crying on the internet and throwing themselves on the ground in protest, like, tearing their tunics kind of stuff.
It was
And
beautiful.
it's, I
It
mean,
was.
like people, workplaces bringing in counselors and people, I mean, like their mind. And after everything that we've been through over the last few years, after all that the Democrats have pulled and the narrative that they have, which I would say the lies that they have repeated and repeated and repeated, that these people are believing, they believe that Trump is like the devil. And so
Yeah.
if he gets in again, so I was thinking about this person who had replied, and my I wanted to reply, just please be prepared, because I do believe he's gonna get reelected.
Yeah.
And for these people who are so sure that he's going to be impeached, for these people who are so sure that he's going to be in prison, for these people who are so sure that he's not going to be reelected, they need to prepare themselves.
Can I tell you something?
Otherwise,
Mel?
yeah. Hmm.
Based off what you just said, I still have sympathy for those that aren't awake. I still do. And I do want them to be prepared. But that sympathy window, let me find it, is closing a little more every day. Because you know what? This is taking the turn to ignorance. And it's almost taking the turn with a lot of them to willful ignorance. And you know what? If you want to willfully be ignorant, whatever.
Okay,
The
so here's the
information
thing.
is there. It's all there.
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't disagree with that, but just for the health of our society, they need to be prepared, because we don't need to have people literally breaking down and mentally unstable because he gets reelected.
I think
It's
that's the
not
plan.
helpful.
I think that's the plan, Mel. I think that's why you've over the last 3 years heard the Trump presidency continuously defend itself by Trump through Twitter. Listen, all of these things that come out, all of these things that he's spitting out, all of the things that have come out through Q, all of it, they are little. We subjectively call them carpet bombs, as in
Mhm.
they're small truth bombs. They call them carpet bombs. But there have been so many of these stupid things that have been released and launched on people that it's permeated. It is like whipping a stone. Sorry about that. Like whipping a stone into a lake, and the ripple hits, and boom, the ripple has happened. And
Mhm.
here, the ripple has happened. We think probably that it's going to be way bigger than it's going to be. But I would say to you, by the time shit gets crazy, you're really only going to be dealing with like the super maniacal, crazy people. I think the ultimate greatest part of this plan is that 90+% of people would be awake. And I think we're damn near close. Like, it's not going to surprise a lot of people. Maybe people that hate Trump go, yeah, I hate him, but yeah, shit's fucked up. I don't know. But I think that is probably the masterful part of this plan, is that nobody dies. You know, if they had their way, nobody would die
Right.
when
Right.
this all goes down. And I think they're getting closer and closer to that number as time goes on.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
All
Okay.
right.
So hold on. Let me catch up on chat here.
Yeah, do your
So
thing.
the Great Informer, he said this a couple times. I just haven't gotten a chance to comment on it. Please spread on social media about Derek Grayson of Georgia, who is running for the Senate. He is pro-Trump, pro-Second Amendment, and a constitutionalist. Tell friends and family as well. And in another post about the same guy, he had said that he's African American. So one of the things I was thinking about this the other day as I was watching the hearings, and I was looking at all of the the African American presence on the Democrat side, and I was like, man, I'm not all about color. Okay, I don't care what color someone is, um,
Yeah.
as long as
Yeah.
they're doing the right thing. And you know what?
Right.
When Barack, oh my gosh,
Who looks at
when
color?
Obama was being elected, two things when he was running, the two things he was running on, all you ever heard was one, it's historic. Oh, it's
Yeah.
historic. It's historic. First black president in history. It's historic. It's historic. And you know what? I don't care how historic it is.
Well,
And
actually,
I have no
Jesse Jackson ran for president, but you're right.
no, but what they were saying is when he got elected, he would be the
Oh,
first black president, right?
yeah,
So it
yeah,
was a historic election, right?
yeah.
And the thing is, hey, I have no issue with African American person being president. It just needs to be the right person. I have no problem with a woman being president. It needs to be the right woman. You
That's
know,
right.
it doesn't. It has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with color, right? And
And
then
that
the
comes
other
from how
thing,
you feel. That comes from how you feel. Like, I'm with you. It doesn't matter if it's a woman,
right?
anybody of color,
No,
anybody.
I would much rather have a man president than a a woman who is not the right person. I was going to say a lot of adjectives. I thought I'd narrow that and just calm on that. But
It's good.
the other piece to that was he wasn't George Bush. So that's literally what this man ran on. Oh, it's going to be historic because he's going to be the first black president. And two, he's not George Bush. Well,
Well, you
la
know
ti
what got my
da.
vote?
Let's make him president then.
What got my vote, and what I'm really disappointed in, it is the same reason that I voted for Barack Obama, and I'm
Mhm.
not happy about that.
No, neither am I, but
Uh,
I forgive you.
is shut up. The same reason that I voted for Donald Trump is I wanted to believe in change. I
Yeah.
knew that America needed to be changed. So when Barack Obama said hope and change in the first election, listen, I was
You fell
brainwashed.
you fell for the emotional
Brainwashed.
manipulation, and that's okay. We still love
I
you,
was
but
brainwashed.
mhm,
He was I asleep to other things? 9/11? No. I believe that bullshit happened on 9/11. I
mm,
just thought that Barack Obama was going to try to take us out of the war and give us hope and change, which is what we wanted, because there was a lot of things that were coming out about 9/11 in the second term of Bush that people were going, man, who are we? What is going on? Why is this happening? Listen, he was the ultimate pale horse to come
mhm,
in and say, hope and change. We need to get out of here. What did he do? He came in super hard, did some of the things he talked about, and then he continued to just make us weakened in the whole entire region. He allowed ISIS to build up. He did all this. By the time he
mhm,
got 1 year into his second term, I immediately regretted both of my votes and started going, who is going to come out and run this country? And that's when Donald Trump came out.
mhm.
Hillary went against him. I said, there's no way I'm voting for her. This guy is talking about real stuff. And
Well, he's backing it up. That's the thing, is he's backing it up. He's backing it up
yeah,
with numbers, he's backing it up with action, he's backing it up with results.
yeah,
So he speaks it,
you do.
he backs up what he's saying,
He
then
does.
he acts on it. You know, there's that follow through, and he is masterful in the way that he does this because he's not only a masterful negotiator, but he is an extremely adept businessman, which means that
Yeah.
it's not just one way. It's not like, oh, oops, I didn't get my way here. No, you've got the backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan. If I can't get it this way, I'm going to try this. If I can't get that, I'm going to try this. He is going to make it happen.
He's got all the
It,
moves. You're right. He's got 3, 4 moves based
right.
on what they say. You're right.
Well, and that's the thing is in business, you have to be able to do that too. You don't go to the negotiation table and say, well, here it is. And if they say no, then go, oh, okay, well, I guess I better go home then. No, you're like, well, let's look at it this way. Let's look at this. You have to be able to analyze all the angles. And that's what he's doing with everything, not just financially, but with all of these different aspects. You look at the wall. How many answers did he have for getting the wall built? It wasn't just go one direction and that's it, right?
Hmm.
So, I'm sorry, I got it all.
No, you're doing phenomenal. And what I would add to that is I would say that while he did all of these dealings, he was showing everybody how he interpreted the art of the deal by Shinzu into the
Mm,
art, or the art of war
right.
into the art of the deal, which is what he wrote. He understood, and war does not have to be bloody. War is
Mhm.
war of minds. War generally is war of minds. And sometimes, yes, over
Mhm.
history, many times, it's become bloody. But he understood that you can win a war without getting bloody. And he learned how to do that. And he realigned the skyscrapers and the skyline in New York City single handedly.
True.
He gets
There you go.
it done. He gets it.
There's that.
And
So
why?
there's
So there's that. And and why didn't he get put in charge of putting up the new 9/11? You know, the new trade center, the new trade tower. Why not, Mr. New York, Mr. Developer,
Mhm.
Mr. Donald Trump? Why didn't he get picked to put that bitch up? It's rhetorical. I have no idea why. I just
Well,
wish he would have been.
unless
It couldn't be. The thing is
so
actually in a spiral, and it represents some kind of crazy Luciferian project, which I'm not surprised by. I mean, the amount of
correct.
things that I hear nowadays going forward and what they mean.
Mhm.
You go into Georgia and you look at the Stones. What are they called? I'm sorry, somebody Rosicrucian.
The ones
What are
the ones that are showed up and nobody really knows who put them
No,
there? Is that the
no, we know
ones?
exactly who put them there. It was the Rosicrucians. I just can't remember what they're called right now. Somebody will bark it out in the chat in a second. It's pretty common knowledge. I just brain farting. Um, but they're the stones that were put up in Georgia, and it was on a
They're the ones
specific.
that like from sorry. So sorry. Go ahead.
No, I no, you're good. You're good. They're. It's not Stonehenge. It's not any of that. Let me see if
Mm.
anybody's got it.
No, it's the one where, like,
No, not
if you bring in all of these different groups, it 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 so the beliefs of all of
what it
these different, like, satanic groups, right?
what it no, what it talks about is it talks about when the reduction of mankind needs to be brought down to 500,000 on the planet, and that it's wrote in
Yes.
10 different languages. It's not the Ro- is it, it's
Yes.
not the Rosetta Stone. I don't think it's called the.
Okay, no, that is oh, no, yeah, Sam is saying it is the Rosetta.
Is it
And
Rosetta Stones?
and
I don't think it's. Maybe it is.
Sixth String is saying Easter Island.
Not Easter
Oh,
Island. It's in
it's
Georgia.
just jumped. Yeah, Sam is saying Rosetta Stones.
Thank you. That's it, Duke Paul. Rosicrucian. Rosicrucian. But the stones are called the
Mosaic.
damn it, what are they called? Maybe they are the Rosetta Stone. Sarah's probably got it. I don't know. What's it called? Is that it? Why doesn't that sound right? I don't know why.
Um, okay, so
Let me
Duke
think
Rawl
about
is
that.
saying
Go ahead.
many languages. There's also you're supposed to be asleep. Georgia Guidestones. Robert
That's
Nozawa
it.
is saying.
That's it. It's Georgia Guidestones.
Okay,
And it was put there
so
by the Rosicrucians.
okay, so you're right as far as the good night again, Robert Nozawa. You're right as far
Thank
as
you, Robert.
the different languages, right? But it's also, from my understanding, they if like how they're positioned, like some of the symbols, some of the aren't there like holes in them or something? It
Mel,
just the
where
different,
they
yeah,
put these stones were not random. They went
right.
to a farmer and said, "We need to buy this piece of land right here because these stones are going right here."
Well, right, but then also just even the way that they were placed in relation to one another and all that. I, from my understanding, you can take. They were talking about how many, like, very planned out this thing was because it actually speaks to or represents multiple of these kind of satanic sects or whatever.
I don't know
Um,
about it being satanic, Mel. It talks about reducing the population of the world down to
yes.
500,000 and how
Hmm.
they are to return, which the only way that that could happen is one of two ways. One, it could be an asteroid that could reduce population to 500,000. The other would be all of these man-made nuclear bombs. There's no other way to reduce mankind to 500,000.
Okay, but if you look at, okay, so you take that TED talk that Bill Gates did, right? And he talks about, he
Sure.
makes a comment about vaccinations. And I don't remember how he said it. You know, there's always a fancy way of saying
Can I stop you for a
abortion.
second? Can I ask you one thing?
Yeah, yep.
Do you put any clout into anything that Bill Gates has to say?
When I think that he, okay, I think that he, to a degree, yes. Now, here's why. Okay, let me explain that. Um, because I can look at him putting money into and saying, hey, everybody's got to vaccinate and we're going to vaccinate third world nations and all that, and him choosing not to vaccinate his own kids. I can look at him giving a talk that is about the reduction of population, him saying, hey, we've got, you know, a real population problem. And the only way, you know, however, if we do a good job with vaccinations and family planning, I don't remember how he said it, but pretty much abortions, we can put a stop to this, that we can recover this. And this is all in talking about what you're talking about, an overpopulation, this overpopulation they believe that we have, and that we need to reduce our population, right? So I look at that and go, okay, why would he say, hey, if we do a good job with vaccinations, that will help us reduce our population? If we do a good job with abortions, I mean, I understand why he's saying that, right? With family planning, then that will help us reduce our population. So there's something in that. Why would he say that? Why would he put all this money into vaccinating the world and yet not want to vaccinate his own kids? There are questions to be asked. I can't say that I know exactly all the answers, but I know that there are questions to be asked and things that we need to be researching before we say, oh, yeah, let's believe it.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. You're right.
Okay, so so we have totally been ignoring people again. I feel so
I
bad.
don't ignore anybody.
Um,
What do you got to say?
Duke Rawl is saying bark, bark. I have no idea why, but that was important. If Trump wins, Great Informer says this, if Trump wins re-election and the left decides to disrupt people's day-to-day lives like they did during the Black Friday sales, they will be in for a very rude awakening.
I agree. Great Informer. 100%. They will be in for a very rude awakening.
You know, I think that the more we have people fighting back, like this guy that was on, you know, this guy that the video came out on where, you know, the Antifa guy, you know, stood in front of his truck and then he hit his truck as he was going by and the guy got out and just beat his butt. The more that we start to see those kinds of things, right, the more that we start to see good people stand up and say, no, your senselessness.
Why does it take a good American patriot to risk busting his hand open on some Antifa dude's tooth and infecting it for there to be change? These Antifa little pricks need to just go to work. They need to go to work. What are they doing?
I know. Yeah, I know. Okay. Hold on.
I would hurt my hand on
Oops.
an Antifa dude's mouth, though. I'd punch him to the moon if I had a chance, or it required it, because sometimes it requires it. These guys are pretty like in your face, brutal, and sometimes you just got to fill your 3-foot space with uppercuts. Bow, 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 bow.
Okay, I'm glad you did that because I wouldn't have realized what uppercuts were. I
Oh,
mean, now that you did that, I'm
yeah.
like, oh yeah, okay, now I know what that is.
I'm kind of a tough guy, Mel. I'm
Oh,
tough. I talk about uppercuts and punches
you
and
do.
stuff. I'm
I'm
into
tough
that.
too. I'm tough too.
I'm super tough. I like it. Yeah.
Sam
That's
is
fun.
saying that Antifa is being paid.
They are. by George
and are
Soros.
they Soros?
They are
Yeah,
being
they're
paid.
Soros
They're being
funded.
paid.
And then I'm going back here. Disease Zugrol was talking about those stones.
That's right,
He
Miss
said it's an
Gibbon.
illuminating thing.
You and me ain't so different, by the way.
Um,
We're not. We agree on lots.
Antiphas. Okay, yeah. I have a paperweight. I mean brass knuckles. Now you have a paperweight. Yep. I posted that video on Parler, and the Google algorithms silenced it. I don't know what video you're talking about. So I don't want to not be true to our word. And if you're ready, when you're ready, Bill, to have callers, we can do that.
Yeah,
Callers.
go.
People
Go. 'Cause
joining.
I'm going to bed soon, so let's have some callers. Call in. Let's hear from you.
Okay.
What do you got to say?
Hold on. So let me put this in the
Everybody
in the
but
chat.
Sarah. Sarah's gonna call in and rip my butthole open. She's mad at me.
Sam, not Sarah.
Oh, it's Sam. All right, I just met her. Give me a break. I'm sorry. I get the S right. I'm sorry, Sam.
Because it's Sandra, so it's close to. I see where you're getting with Sarah.
Sam's
why
gonna
Bernie
come on and
Sanders
go,
is
"You
not
ignorant
advocating
prick,
for
Bill.
Hey,
You ignorant bastard."
Oh, I love that. Great Informer said, I wonder why Bernie Sanders is not advocating for George Soros to pay Antifa a $15 living wage, maybe even give them stock options and benefits as well as vacation time and
Good
sick
point.
leave. I love
Good
that. I love
point.
that.
That's a good point.
Okay, so the other thing too is I will say
I'm here.
Red Pill. I don't know if Red Pills are still around, but I got a request from someone who said that they really want to interview you as well. And I think that would be great. I actually tried to DM you once a while back because I wanted to have you on, but you were ignoring me. No, actually, it just wouldn't let me DM you. So I don't know if you're still here, but it would be cool to have you on. All right, so Great Informer. I know you were asking about calling in. I put that there. So I don't know if you're working on calling in or what, but picture Antifa on the beach somewhere with their skinny jeans and faces covered. All you gotta say is skinny jeans, and that's just a situation.
Hey, Mel, I'm with you. I'm just taking care of some house cleaning real quick.
No worries. No worries. There is no issue between you and I. Sam says she can't stand you. She wants to beat your butt, and she's a tough lady. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what she said. He's not even listening. I'm trying to mess with him, and he's not even listening. Yay, Sam! I think so. I think so. Great Informer. You could try it. Yeah, we can have up to 6 people on here at a time. So if y'all want to come in. Antifa equals anti-First Amendment. You know, it's funny because, right, it's supposed to be anti-fascist. It's like, do people even know what fascism is? Do you know what you are? Do you have any clue? No, but beating now. She's too tired to beat his butt now. Maybe later. Sorry. Okay, so I'm covering, but I think I'm just yawning right in here. Oh, does he, Sam? I haven't watched a lot of him. My comment on your video today or today maybe, my days all run together, was because I saw on Twitter Dan Bongino kind of a little ad for his new publication talking about how, the Drudge Report had deserted us, right? And so, here's this alternative. So it just seemed to fit right in with your video today. I am really excited and appreciative to see you guys here tonight. Lots of friends that I've met in other chats. It's very cool.
What you yapping your gums about?
Oh, we were just talking about how Sam's gonna beat your butt and all that. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm just kidding. So she actually said that there are no issues between you guys. All that she was just too tired to come on, and then I just decided I was gonna be a punk and create issues. So
way to go, nerd.
I know, right?
Nice.
Okay, so Great Informer I'm gonna bring him in.
Yeah.
What's up, Bill,
What's
Melhead?
up?
Great to
Hey.
finally meet you guys. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Great Informer?
Nothing much. Just doing my thing. You know me with my one-liners and posting on Parlor. I had to leave. I'm sorry. I had some people echo my stuff, and but hey, I've always come back. But hey, it's great to finally meet you guys. You guys are doing awesome. You guys keep up the good work. You guys know so much more about what's going on than I do. I'm just kind of a wise guy with street smart cred. You know what I'm saying?
You're in good company.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you're a great voice. You're all over the place. You introduced me to so many great new patriots. I mean, not new, but new to me, right?
Yeah.
So,
hey, Mel.
Well,
yes.
Can I ask Great Informer a couple questions?
Oh yeah,
sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. Where what you feel comfortable with? Where are you from?
I'm from Florida.
Okay. So that's beautiful. And what woke you up?
Well, about 5 years ago, when I was watching how Obama was propping up the welfare class and how, some of the gun laws that were being passed, I'm like, something's not right here. So I started researching.
Yeah.
I started looking into things. I was kind of one of those people. Sorry. I was kind of one of those people that for a long time, I didn't care about voting. I didn't care about what was going on. I'm like, what, my vote is one vote. What would it matter? And then I started to understand more, see things more, have more of an appreciation of what we have.
Yeah.
And it wakes you up. It really, really wakes you up. And it's like you were saying, Bill, there's too many people out there that they don't understand how close we are to losing our freedoms, But when I decided to jump in this fight, I'm like, what could I really bring to the table? I don't really have the background that you and Mel have on this. You guys, I could tell you guys have been studying this stuff for years. But I've always been a talent for one-liners and humor. So why not just use that to point out the ideology of the swamp, basically. You know what I mean? I try not to be divisive with my one-liners because my humor does attract a lot of attention. It's what's made me famous on Parlor. So I have to, because we're trying to bring people over. We're trying to win people over, and most young people. Because I was having a conversation today with a girl at a store that I was at today, right? And I was showing her a video that one of the other content creators I work with, Tony Patriot, he had posted a video of a New Jersey Democrat basically blasting Governor Murphy for his sanctuary city policies.
Yeah.
Some of the spending that he's done. But basically, you see a lot of this stuff, and this is stuff that they don't want you to see. Like I posted now while we were talking a video from One American News Network about. I'm sorry if I'm all over the place. I do apologize. It's late, trying to stay awake. But
relax. You're doing great.
Oh, thank you. But I posted a video that. Anyway, this girl, I was showing her that there was a One American News that did a video about a transgender person who was killed by an illegal immigrant. And you try to Google search that. At least I try to Google search it. And you don't find it anywhere, right?
Two very protected sex. You can't mess with either of them. So who wins?
Yeah, no, I know. But would it just go? Hold on, I got to put my plug in my phone for the battery. I'm sorry if I'm upset. I don't know if you guys. Hold on, I'm sorry.
No worries. Hey, while you're doing that, I'll just mention that Tony Patriot came into the chat, so he's here.
Oh, he is. Oh, I can't see the chat. Yo, Tony, what's up, brother?
Yeah, and great informer. I got on Parlor because of you just a few nights ago. And I've already got
you want to know something else too? I was making my rounds today trying to give Parlor a shout out, right?
Yeah.
And I go on to Anomaly's channel and I try to do a shout out for Parlor. It's not letting me. It won't let me do a super chat. I don't know what I'm not going to say what it was. I don't know if they were trying to I'm not going to say it was censorship or not because I don't know. But I know that I was able to do it on a couple of channels, and they don't want this platform to grow. I mean, it's growing slowly, but they don't want this platform to be known by people,
No,
and I was talking to
you're right. Yeah.
And I was talking to the R-rated conservative a while back, and he was saying that if Trump got on there, that it would overload. It would be like an overload for the site, I guess. So many people follow Trump over. But you got David Clark's on there, Laura Loomer's on there, Infowars is on there. Who else? Educating Liberals. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him or not.
Oh yeah, I love him.
I never see any of his posts. And that's the thing. Everyone was always telling me, get on Twitter. Like if I took my one-liners to Twitter, I'd be banned in a heartbeat. They would kick me off the same day because my humor isn't like what you see. I'm a troll
on Twitter, even if it's just to follow the president, even if you don't say anything.
I know I've thought about it, but I couldn't. He's
phenomenal.
But Twitter. There's too much censorship on Twitter. There's too much banning on Twitter. I mean, and in Parler I can do so much more rather than going on Twitter. Like right now, I posted Derek Grayson, who's running for Georgia, the Senate in Georgia, and I've had tremendous response on Parler. I've had over let's say maybe 300 some echoes, but the Google algorithms censor that. They don't want people to see that, so I got to go back in there and re-echo, and I'll do it until people see it. Because this is one of the questions that I always ask, the bigger platforms, why aren't they using their platform? And you're going to see a lot of these fake Trump supporters come out of the woodwork. I mean, there's stories about how these people are planted, and then when the time is right, they start trying to, change the narrative of how, Trump's not doing this and Trump's not doing that, basically to discourage his base.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Because
I'm sorry, I don't mean to take up so much time.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But you brought up the Senate race with Grayson in Georgia. Do you would you rather see Senator Doug Collins or Congressman Doug Collins be put up to run for that seat?
Well, Derek Grayson to me is more of a constitutionalist, I think. Derek Grayson, he's more of the kind of voice we need, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know much about Collins. I couldn't say much, but
have you been following the hearings in the
not
last
really.
few
I don't
weeks?
have a lot of time. I try to catch tidbits here and there.
That would make sense then that you don't really follow who he is. Okay. He's a phenomenal patriot, and I have nothing bad to say about Grayson. If he's Republican, he's sports president. I'm behind him.
Oh yeah.
So that's excellent that you know about him being another state away, and you're like, okay, I like this guy. That's
well,
good.
what you're saying? Oh, Mel, I'm sorry. Did you want to say something? I don't mean to take up so much of the time.
No. I'm actually just responding in chat to what's
Hey,
happening.
Tony, what's up? Sorry, guys, I can't see the chat. But what you're starting to see, especially with Laura Loomer running here in Florida, you're starting to see and another one too. Mark Robinson, the guy who gave his what was it, Dillsboro? What was it, his county commission? No, it was a meeting that he had attended, and he's running for what is it? The attorney. He's running for something in North Carolina, but that was another post I made a while back, and that's gotten phenomenal response as well. But see, you're starting to see a rise of people running for office, right? And one of the things, see, I'm an independent. I've always been an independent. I'm a little bit, guess you could say moderate, but I understand why there's a constitution. I understand why we are a capitalist free market society. I understand why we are a constitutional republic. And a lot of people on the left don't take the time to understand what the Constitution's about. They call it a piece of paper, when in fact it is and it's more than a document. It's what gives us our rights and what basically tells government what it can and cannot do.
You almost said it, Great Informer, and I would agree with you because I'm the same way. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah, same here.
I am not a Republican. You almost said it, and I heard you.
Well,
but
I mean,
I'm a libertarian also. Less government.
Yeah.
But unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know which way you book it. President Trump happens to. Before I say that, how do you feel about President Trump?
Well, I like what he's doing. I mean, I don't care now. I under he says a lot of things like I won't say he doesn't. I don't find him divisive. Okay, I'm Cuban American. I don't find him offensive at all. I understand why he's doing what he's doing. It took my family a long time to come to this country. Why should somebody hop the border and cut in line? They need to wait their turn like everybody else. But I like what Trump is doing. I like what he's getting done. I like what he's accomplishing. I didn't agree with him calling NFL players the word that he said, but I kind of understand where he's coming from a little bit. I mean, if you don't like this country, why are you here? And that's that's
what do you call him? What do you call him?
Well, I don't want to repeat it on because of the algorithms, but it was the SOB,
Okay.
Yeah. That was a while ago, but I'm still going to vote for him. I mean, he has a right to kind of speak his mind a little bit too.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I find very, very appealing is that he's keeping promises. He's not a politician. He's not a career politician. You've had Pelosi in office for like 30 years. You had Schumer in there for what, 18 or 20? Schiff has been there. I think Schiff's been there a while. Elijah Cummings, and Trump is the problem. I mean,
right.
It makes no sense.
Waters been there forever.
Yeah.
So a lot of these people,
she doesn't even live in her district. Yeah. I mean, Elizabeth Warren, God, I've got so many one-liners about her out there. But, I've gotten a lot of response from some of those. But
so let me ask you something.
Sure.
Who will they put to run against President Trump? Who do you think it's going to be?
I'm suspecting. Now, I've got two theories. One, I believe Tulsi Gabbard, either she's going to run against Trump or she's going to be the globalist fallback card. And the reason why I say that is because Tulsi Gabbard, if you actually look at her, she's using conservative talking points in some of her speeches and when she's addressing people. And to me, she's doing that to try, because she's really the only one who can pull independents and even some conservatives away from Trump in 2020. But
she's already had some bad things happen, like with Google and that kind of stuff. So she's got that in her back pocket. Yeah. Who else?
Yeah.
She's the only one. Sorry, I was
no. Go ahead, Mel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to add. I think you're right, though, Great Informer, because if you watch historically, when you watch when Bill Clinton ran, he did this. When
Mhm.
Hillary ran, she did this. When Obama
Mhm.
ran, he did this as well. Um, Even Al Gore, when he was
Mhm.
running, they they really did position themselves further to the center, further to the right than
Yeah.
what they truly were. And
Mhm.
that's the way that they packaged themselves, right? And
Mhm.
so what you're saying about Tulsi, if you listen to people respond to what she's saying, that's what they're responding to because the rest of the party has gone so very far left. I mean, even Biden's
Yeah.
like, "Whoa, I gotta try to
Mhm.
be more left," because even they're leaving him in the dirt even in regard
Mhm.
to how far left they're
Which is
going.
crazy. Can we
Right,
Yeah.
acknowledge that's
Yeah.
right.
crazy?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And so she's the only one that is doing what has traditionally worked for their
Mhm.
party in
Well, if you look at what AOC and the progressive or the squad is doing, they're in charge. Pelosi's no longer in charge. Pelosi has no control over the
oh
party anymore.
gosh.
The civil war in the Democrat Party is it's heating up pretty badly because the progressive Democrats are fighting two fronts. They're fighting to get conservatives out of office. They're also fighting to get the moderate Democrats out of office. The reason why they don't want those moderate Democrats is because sometimes the moderates don't vote the way they want them to. And this is kind of a point I try to stress, especially with people who are former Bernie Sanders supporters, right? Because Bill, you correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, okay? But this is just when you research a study, you get a feel for things, right? Now, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There's something that you and Mel see that I don't, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Bernie Sanders, now keep in mind I'm not a Bernie Sanders supporter. I'm not,
I
but
got
I
you.
do I do believe Bernie was different in 2016 than he is today because Bernie and Trump said a lot of similar things. I just think Trump was more aggressive at it, right? But Bernie was locked out of the primary because he did not want to go along with what the 1% was pushing. That's why they wanted Hillary, because Hillary would have gone with what the 1% pushed. That's why Bernie was kicked out of there, because he did not want to go along with it. Now, these globalists, as we all know, have a way of straightening out their puppets. The puppet master does not let the puppet pull the strings. So Bernie Sanders was probably paid a visit by whoever are the globalist enforcers, and he was told that he's going to do this. And yeah, they probably gave him something in return, kind of
They
like the
did.
old like the old Chinese system of control. The barbarian management system. Where they give the people the taste of the good life, and they do their bidding.
They told Bernie, you better drop or you're going to die instead of getting this
Yeah,
house.
yeah. Because
Die.
I think Bernie thought that if he became president, he could take on the 1%, and that's not how that works at all. The 1% make you, they will break you. That's how that works.
I think
Well,
Bernie, respectfully, sorry, Mel.
no, go ahead.
I think Bernie, respectfully, great informer,
Mhm.
maybe had his heart in the right place going into 2016.
Yeah.
Going in against Hillary, I think he felt the momentum. But when he took the dive
Hmm.
and he took the L against Hillary,
Hmm.
when it was so
Yeah.
clearly not his L to take,
Hmm. Yeah.
he lost a lot of even Democrats that
Yeah.
said, this is the guy that's going to fight for America. He
Yeah.
won't even fight against her.
Yeah.
She's and I don't know. Listen, there's talk that Hillary will even come back and
That's
run
what they're saying. Yeah.
coming up.
H.A. Goodman was covering
And
that.
it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Too many people are wide awake to
Yeah.
what's happening.
And I
Mhm.
We
think that.
know.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm on Carl's opinion a lot, and sometimes
Oh, you're good.
I
You're
don't
good.
mean to talk over people.
You're not.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good, man.
Um, you know, even though Bernie's a socialist, people can have debates all they want about if Bernie would have destroyed our capitalist society or not. I mean, that we'll never know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can debate that two ways till Sunday, but the Bernie Sanders of today, if he were to get elected, he will definitely implement all of the plans and policies that the globalists want to see.
He'll kill it. He'll kill capitalism. Kill it.
Yes, yes.
Right in its
And
tracks.
yeah, and I don't know.
And
You know,
so
right now,
every other Democrat that they put up.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you saw the post I put out in Parler about how the FBI had seen 23 million background check requests.
Yeah, I did.
And that number, I think, if I remember correctly, the post I put in, like there was like 35, 40 million, when the number might actually be within that range, because those numbers are never fully accurate. They only based on gun sales. They don't really. I mean, it's based on how many people are buying handguns. I think you might have one or two people buying like 2 guns at one time, but the background check could be just for those 2 guns. You know what I'm saying? Rather than 2 background checks per gun purchased.
Sure.
You know?
You are a super wealth of knowledge. Mel, you want to jump in?
Sorry,
I mean,
Yeah,
seriously,
Mel, go ahead, Mel. Go ahead.
You've got great information, dude, and it's just I appreciate stuff like that. I appreciate it.
No, I was just actually responding in chat, and I was going to just a few minutes ago when you were talking about
Mel wants me to keep talking.
Bernie and well,
she was responding in the chat.
I was.
She's like, I want to listen. Yeah,
A couple minutes ago. I gotta, we gotta talk to our friends too. But I was thinking, when you guys were talking about what Bernie, things going on in behind the scenes, you gotta know something went on behind the scenes, because who goes through that? Who goes through that?
Yeah.
And is messed over like he was messed over.
Yeah.
And then comes back and is just a champion for that same party who messed him over.
Yeah.
Hey, Mel, do you think Hillary is going to rerun?
I
want to know.
I think.
And then I have a follow-up question to that after you answer.
Okay. I think it's possible, because we've been using the word delusional a lot in chat and tonight, but she is egomaniacal enough and delusional in that way to think that, well, I mean, she said, right, this is what she was born for, this is her destiny kind of thing, right? And so but I think that the reason that she's not in right now is because she can't handle the long race. I think if she and it is going to be at the last minute, because that's all she can physically handle, but it's also all that she can't allow herself to be under scrutiny for very long in the public eye.
Let me ask you one other question, Mel.
Okay.
Do you think that she feels like her support is bigger now than 2015?
Okay, I'm going to say yes, only because, back to what I was saying, because she's delusional. Because she is living in a world where she believes that she is amazing and everybody loves her, and that
everybody loves her.
No, I think that's what she believes.
Who are these people?
But she's with the Democrats who are sitting there in this long, I mean, not just this specific impeachment hearing, but all of the previous, runs and tries at impeachment, right? So I think she's sitting there going, "Oh yeah, this is my time," right? Because they're making him look bad. I don't know. I think she is
delusional. She feels that way.
I think she's delusional. I mean,
she's taking the words out of your mouth. She's delusional.
Well, here's something. Oh, sorry, Mel. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying she is.
This is. I don't know if you guys know who Carl's Opinion is, but I haven't seen him on for a while, but I used to go on a lot with him when he was on. He's still on. He hasn't broadcast in a while. I don't know. Hopefully hopefully everything's good. I haven't heard from him in a while, but anyway, one of the things that I've talked about on Carl's show is some of, like, for example, now I'm going to criticize the globalist ideology, but I'm not going to criticize them because obviously they wouldn't be where they're at if they were stupid. They would not be where they're at as in terms of wealth and power. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
they're not stupid.
Absolutely.
They're not
But-
stupid, but they are Luciferian, and they
I'm going to say
follow
this. I will say this:
horrible
whoever's advising them is not very intelligent because number one, if they were so eager to crash the economy and crash the world, why didn't they do it in Y2K 1999? They could have easily done it then.
Didn't
And-
need to.
Yeah, they could have done it then, but they chose not to. And the other thing too is that if they had not tried to start start to demonize white people, they would have gotten away with what they were doing. But see, because most people, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but most people who come from countries like third world countries, it could be anywhere. It could be any people of all colors, all nationalities. They're accustomed to basically being provided for. I mean, most of these people don't really have, more than, and I feel bad, but the truth is the truth. Most of these people really only have they may have some traits here and there, but they really don't have an understanding of, say technical skill or anything like that. You know what I mean? I mean, most of them are used to working for whatever the government pays them, the government takes whatever, and they get very little. I mean, that's why you have so many people.
For your garden variety immigrant that comes to our country, you're right. There are people that are educated that come into our country that are well educated. But you're right. For your garden variety, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, and to me, I mean, we're a nation of immigrants. We are, but we are not a nation of, we don't change, we're not a nation of, give you what you want because your hand is out. I mean, this is what people, the people spoke in 2010.
Honestly, great informer. Can I ask honestly? The immigrants that come to our country actually have their hands out, which I would too if I came to a country like this. But the immigrants are treated way better than the men and women that have fought for this country. And their hands are out. And I don't blame them when they come to this country. If their hands are out and they want to be brought into society and learn all this, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So their hands are out only in the aspect that and that's the good people that come. I agree, but you can't be illegal. You can't come through other means in the border. You have to come through legally, and then you should be afforded those things, right?
Well, and there's a difference of where our culture and where our political climate is now than where it was 100 years ago, 150 years ago. The idea of coming, I mean, even 50 years ago, 60 years ago, you came, you assimilated, you worked, you were going for the American dream of achieving, right, through work, right, and that it was possible. Whereas the places that they were coming from, no matter how much you worked, it wasn't possible to achieve. The difference is that now we have a culture and a political climate of freebies and of, we're pretty much buying your vote. So it's just another way of pay for play, right? And Jamie was talking about pay
Which
for
means
play
what?
earlier.
Mel, what does that mean? You're right. Pay for play. What does that mean? It means that they will buy the direction that they want you to think. Do you know what George Carlin used to say about the American dream? The great comedian, George Carlin.
I know who he is, but
he used to say, it's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting, for sure.
Yeah. Well,
they put the American dream belief into our heads growing up. And you know what? Let me just be very blatant. I'm a white man in America who is willing to go to work. Willing to go to work and work. What does that mean for me? I get a nice average lifestyle and make average pay.
Yeah.
And it's there. It's there.
Yeah.
But it's not there for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But there seems to. Oh, go ahead, Mel. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how much I agree with you. I think part of that, I have to think on this.
Go ahead. Go.
I mean, I think part of it is as far as where we are now. I mean, I can't say, oh, there are so many layers to what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
50 years ago, Bill.
I'm just listening. Just go. Just go.
Because 50 years ago, 80 years ago, whatever, right? You really could. There was an American dream. And I think, yeah, as a white guy and you can have a good middle class or whatever. The reality is that's fine. If you are deeming as middle class is really rich to many places in the world, right?
I would admit that that's the narrative they wanted people to believe in the freest nation in the world.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
so you
mm-hmm. Oh, no, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that you live a rich life in comparison to many places around the world?
Super rich.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super rich.
Okay.
I've drove ATVs through the sugarcane fields of Puerto Rico. I've seen how people live. We had to stop and use the bathroom. My wife went in and said, "There's no bathroom. There's a hole in the ground in this building."
Right.
I mean, we're living the dream in America. Let me tell you.
Right. And I think it's not just economically and politically. I think that's why we're where we're at now, is because people they only know what they have here. They don't know all of these other
That I agree with.
existences.
Yep.
And so
that I agree with.
To say, oh, it's so much better in that place or that place, and
That's
it's so horrible here.
It's
and they don't understand that even what they're saying, they could be, imprisoned in many of the places that they're talking about being all this wonderful.
No, you're right.
Another thing. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was honestly, I was just going to catch up with the chat, but you guys go ahead.
Tony's still there?
Yes, he is.
Hey, Tony, what's up? Sorry, brother, I can't see the chat. Hey, everybody, check out Tony Patriot and Sandra Ann McGibbon. They're both great patriots, and follow them on other social media. Follow Tony on Parler, and because I'll tell you another thing too, and I've been trying to promote. Bill, you probably seen it. Is BitChute. The reason why I've been trying to promote BitChute as heavily as I have, and if I can ever, if the Google algorithms would stop, suppressing it, because let's face it, I have a pretty large base on Parler, and not everybody's seeing what I post. But BitChute, even though BitChute is not on the level that YouTube is, it's another platform that people need to start considering. I mean, some of these larger content creators like Stexenhammer, and I believe Tony's on Parler. I mean, on BitChute, and I believe Disabled Vets Perspectives on BitChute. American Joe Show's on BitChute. They're backing up their stuff on that other platform because, let's face it, we don't know what YouTube's going to do with these new terms of service. I mean, I could come in, because, and I say it all the time, I am not very well liked on YouTube because of my one-liner and my humor. I could come in one day and find I don't even make content, and I could just find my account gone, I mean, it's funny. I've never been given a strike for anything. I don't know. Maybe someone at YouTube likes me. I can't say that for sure. I don't know for sure, but but these other platforms like BitChute are up and coming, and I don't understand why some of these bigger content creators aren't talking about this. So that's another thing too, and that's something else like Carl's opinion. Carl will talk about this stuff. He's one of the few big platforms that will talk about things that we need to be talking about. Why is it that somebody like let's see who's an example, I won't use ABL because ABL's a good, ABL's very good at what he does. He's a very good commentator. But some of these other bigger platforms that all they do is kind of just go off on a rant and a rave, and they don't talk about things like BitChute or Parler. They have a large base and they can reach these people that can help make these platforms grow. But I don't know. It's like everybody's fighting to be the bigger voice, and me, I don't care to be the bigger voice. I want to be part of the bigger voice. That's one of the reasons why you see me promote people, take a small platform and give it a shout out. If I like their stuff, I try to get as many people, out there as much as I can to shout out to help them grow, because in the end, I'm not in this for my fame. I don't care. I don't need to be famous, even though I am famous, but I don't care for the fame. I don't do this for fame,
Maybe you're infamous.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too. But
I don't need to be famous either.
No, it's
it's about the movement.
Yeah, I mean, it's what good is the fame if we lose? It's like a $50 bill you see in the middle of the road, right? Yeah, you want that $50 bill, but if cars are going 100 miles an hour, what good is that $50 going to be if you get hit by a car, kill? You're going to be spending that $50. It's a silly analogy. I take it, but. What good is fame? What good is the fame if we don't have a country to enjoy the fame in? You know what I'm saying? It's
you need to replace that joke with $1,000 bill.
Yeah, $1,000. Yeah, there we go.
And the thing
and then
is,
it works.
Yeah. Do they even make $1,000 bills anymore? I wonder.
No.
Yeah,
but they're still legal if you find.
Yeah, but I mean, because 2020. Is around the corner. It's less than 4 weeks away, and people got to be ready because we're going to be in for the fight of our country, in this information war. I mean, we're all digital soldiers in a way, We
are. That's the biggest point that you just made in your whole comment. We are digital soldiers.
Yeah.
In our own way. And left to our own devices, we are small. But you let us cast the net, you let us interact with people. This is what's going to restore America to its republic.
Yeah. Young Americans. Go ahead, Mel. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, here's the thing, too, about what you're saying is that when you have the one person, that's great. They have a huge audience. They're reaching a lot of people. They're speaking truth, and that's wonderful. But when you have one person is easy to take down, honestly. One person is easy to target. And so you take them, you target them, you take them down, and what do you have? It doesn't matter how big their audience was, it's non-existent now, right? They've been taken out of the game. So that's why that digital army, that's why the masses, that's why the many voices is so important. Number one, it puts out a lot of targets, but also number two is if you have this one go down and that one go down, you have others behind them, and that is ultimately the goal, right? That we continue to be reached.
Mel,
yes,
great informer. You guys raise excellent conversation and debate. It's 3 a.m. where I live.
Oh wow!
I'm checking out.
Yeah,
I am calling a night for nothing to do with any of you. You guys are great.
No, I know you're exhausted. We'll let you go to bed.
I am exhausted. I have to go to bed, and I don't have anything to do tomorrow. But I'm. Yeah, I gotta go.
You're old, so we get it.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, Bill, it's great talking to you, and I'll keep pushing you guys on Parler.
Thanks, great informer. I'll see you on there, bro. And Mel, it's great seeing you too.
Yes, you too. Right. Thank you. This is a good idea.
Take care, Bill.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye, guys.
You too. Good night.
The next 6 weeks will be very interesting.
Yes.
Let me just do an end of the night recap for myself. I'll keep it down to like a minute or two, but let me just say that everything that we've been watching, everything that we've been witnessing over the last 2-3 weeks, everything we've been watching through Adam Schiff, who has been putting together these secret meetings inside the SCIF, that's been in the Capitol building, in the basement, everything that we've been shown, everything that they've built a narrative for, everything that they've tried to push in front of the American public is bull fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't understand that, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what? It took weird shit for most of us to wake up.
Yeah.
It was maybe the craziest off ramp of life that we eventually saw and said, "Oh, where's this taking me? Wow, I didn't know that life and government worked that way." Well, guess
Mhm.
what? It's that times a billion, and
Yep.
that's what we're witnessing. You are fundamentally watching the complete overhaul of the entire government happen before your eyes. It just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
But it's happening right in front of
Mhm.
your eyes. So what I would say to you patriots, every one of you, is don't quit.
Mhm.
Don't stop
I
now.
can't.
Don't you stop now for a second. You better put your nose to the grindstone and carry this bitch over the goal line.
Oh yeah.
'Cause
We have to.
it's happening
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
in front of our eyes.
Oh yeah.
That I can assure you is the case.
Oh yeah.
I would assure
Yeah.
you. I love you guys.
Mhm.
Have
All
a
right.
phenomenal night.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Good
I'll
night.
see you guys
Thank
later.
you, Bill. Thank
Take
you.
care.
God bless you. God bless you all. Good night.
Yes.
Night.
Good night.
I can stay on a while longer if you want, Mel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna bring James in here too. And
Oh, okay, sure.
so hang on just a second, James. I wanted to make a comment about Tony Patriot's
Mhm.
comment
Oh,
as
yes,
well.
yes.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
that's one of the things that I talked about too. I had a little bit of a Christmas show. I didn't think I'd be going on for a while, and so I kind
Mhm.
of did a little bit of a Christmas show and a thank you for all the people that I've met this year. But with Tony, that's one of the things that I said is that he is really he just has a heart of wanting to help
Yes.
people,
Yes, he does. Yes.
and he works so hard even at that, at trying to
Mhm.
you know, and so just to his comment, yes,
Mhm.
that is
Tony does help
true.
people grow. Yes, that's
Yeah.
he's one of the few content creators that I have a small group. Well, part of Tony and I are part of a group of content creators that we help we help each other get the word out. And Tony has been he's been awesome. I mean, I words can't describe how awesome Tony has been. I feel bad. I've been trying to get on his show. I work crazy hours, and I've been trying to
And
get on
so
his
does
show. I've been
he.
trying to make yeah. I feel bad. I feel bad. But I mean, I try to make as many live streams as I can. I try to get into people's shows when I can. But I work
Right.
long hours, and it's just it's impossible sometimes. But
Oh, I get it.
I mean, even I've always shown good faith, and I've always been that way with when I first kind of joined some of the patriots that I joined with, like the Trump party guy, the angry Republican. He's allowed me to use his platform to give shout outs to people, help them grow. And that's one of the things I tried to do. I tried to help people grow their platforms, grow,
Mhm.
like I do on Parler right now, people that I see, echoing stuff, and, I try to help them, I put their stuff out there. If I come across a post that hasn't been echoed for like 2 or 3 months, because it's the censorship. That's what it is the censorship.
Right.
I try to help get them out there so they don't get discouraged, because that's what they want.
Mhm.
I'm going to be honest. I probably, when I posted that thing about Derek Grayson running for the Senate in Georgia, they probably weren't too happy with me doing that, because it has gotten phenomenal response, and it's the trickle down effect.
Right.
One person takes it, they share it on another platform, and that's what they don't want. They don't want that. I mean,
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the more roadblocks that you can put in front of people, the easier it will be to get them to to just stop trying. right?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on just a
Yeah.
second. So James,
sure.
I don't know if you realize that you are muted. So you're more than welcome. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I realized.
James, I don't think I
Okay.
know him.
Hey, I said hey to you in one chat earlier today.
Oh, you
Great
did?
Informer. Yeah.
Oh, James. What's your avatar?
It's
It's
just
him,
me.
black and white
Oh, James.
on a
James.
computer.
Roarback.
Oh, yes. Okay, forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My
No
apologies. I'm
worries.
sorry.
I forget which one it was, so whether it was Red Pill or what we were in, but Space Shot, shoot, Patriot Hour,
Mm-hmm.
Informative Info. I'm not sure where it was, bro, but
Oh, I'm
thank
all
James
you.
over the place.
James
Were
is
you
as
in the
well.
killer? Yeah, were you in
Mm-hmm.
the Killer Whale chat the
Yeah.
other day?
Yeah, I've been in there a few times. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
James, just a second. Duke Rawl is saying that your volume is low. So I don't know if you can
Oh, is it?
speak up or get your mic closer or whatever. See, I hear your volume's low, and so I'm putting the mic next to my mouth.
Is Sam still there? I can't. Is she
Yeah.
still there, Sam?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. Hey, Sam. What's up?
Yeah, I know Sandra McGibbons.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's awesome, guys.
Yeah.
Follow her on YouTube. Let's help her get up to 1,000.
Yeah,
We gotta
absolutely.
promote her. We've got to get her up to 1,000.
I'm
She's a
already
wonderful content
subbed.
creator. She's awesome. She's got a lot of knowledge as what's going on.
Mm-hmm. No, we've been
I'll
fellow
be right
patriots
back.
in chat for quite some time as well.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know because YouTube, we don't know what YouTube's going to do. I mean, I say this, YouTube is a better platform for people like us. It's better than Twitter and Facebook, obviously, but even then, we still don't know what they're going to do. They change terms and services all the time. But
Well, today was
one thing I
supposed
was
to be
going to
the
point
day.
out,
Today was supposed to be the big COPPA day.
Yeah, I mean,
it looks like everybody kind of made it through.
yeah. Well,
thus far.
mhm. Well, one thing I will say, and this is, and I'm going to be realistic with this, is like when I see content creators say I'm not going to give YouTube, 30%, 20% of my money. Well, it costs YouTube a lot of money to stream your videos, to give you the you know what I'm saying, give you the platform you need to speak on. It costs them money. So if you're not bringing them money, well, they're free. It's a free market society, and they can have who they want. I mean,
Right.
yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say this in any kind of
No,
negative way.
I get it, and I got a little bit of a problem with the whole, everybody liking everybody's, videos, because I've seen people sub someone, they jump over their channel, they comment on the first video they see, and they don't even spend 30 seconds watching it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's not okay, because you got to at least, I think, watch 30 seconds of the video for it to even count as a view.
Yeah.
And then throughout beyond that, your analytics will pick up how much time people have been watching all of your videos.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because I think, I mean, I don't know how true this is, but I've heard of some YouTubers who actually pay YouTube to keep their platforms going. I don't know of anybody particular, but I guess they have that
Right.
kind of an option. If you
No, I've heard of that too. And super chats take 30%.
Yeah.
And if you're monetized, that's great. But
Hey, what's up?
I decided to turn the light on, but yeah. Hi, it's brighter than Christmas over here.
Oh,
It
wow.
looks like it.
Wow.
But yeah, there's got got to be a way that they make something. It's capitalism. If
Yeah.
we're not supporting capitalism, then we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot and being hypocrites,
Yeah,
you know?
that's true. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
I mean,
th-
you know,
there's that.
yeah, yeah. I just, oh, go ahead.
Me?
No, I was
Nope.
done.
Nope.
Oh,
You go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say too.
No, you first. You first.
No, I was just gonna say,
Yo.
me,
Yo.
um, I was just gonna say too, like, people, people. I don't know how much people are paying attention to what China's doing, but if you actually look at what China's doing, right now they've already got a foothold in the entertainment industry in our country. The fact that they get,
NBA.
huh?
NBA
Yeah.
influence.
Oh yeah, the NBA, the NFL. I mean, they're gonna have a monopoly on our sports entertainment industry soon. I mean, in fact, if you actually look at it, the fact that they got LeBron James to do an apology for the coach, that tells me that they already have influence, very powerful influence.
Right.
But another thing that a lot of people don't pay attention to is the Road and Belt Initiative that China's trying to get implemented in all of these Western countries. Like right now in Africa, China's making huge loans to businesses, and
Is this like the Silk Road deal?
yes, yes, you know, and then not too long ago, the World Bank gave China $1.5 billion, and I had somebody respond to me on Parler like, "Well, that's chump change. That's nothing." Well, it is a big deal, and it is something because number one, the board members, if they even had a vote, what loopholes did they use to give China this money? And not only that, but China's going to break it up into, 70 million, 100 million, 150 million, and they're going to put high interest rates, high interest rates on these loans because most of these countries' currencies probably aren't even worth what what one of China's dollars are. I mean, and then China puts, strict repayment methods. Like they probably put like, off the wall deadlines for these payments to be met. Most of these countries can't pay China, aren't going to be able to pay China back. So China's going to control their financial system. China's going to control basically they're going to control business in that country, and have influence.
Or go to war with them. But I mean, most of this stuff is fought financially nowadays, and that's I think
Yeah.
one of the beauties of why Trump needed to be in office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the
true.
tariffs are absolutely necessary. The Fed needs to go.
Yeah. I don't know if they're. Yeah. I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of the Fed, but what they, because the
I think
Federal
they might.
Reserve, huh?
I think they might, or at least back the dollar in gold.
Yeah, but
And in
it's
order
hard
to that,
Mm-hmm.
well, I think in order for that to happen, they need to end the Fed because there's just and the banking system, like
Mm-hmm.
there's just so much of interest, trillions and trillions in interest on loans,
Mm-hmm.
and get colleges to foot their own, like take, they would be responsible for the loans instead
Yeah.
of giving out um, college degrees for
Mm-hmm.
useless,
Yeah.
non-productive degrees.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What is it? Gender studies now, and
Well, liberal arts and everything else, but if they're going to continue to have more and more people sign up for these useless degrees that are not needed, that they're
yeah.
going into debt for, they should be responsible for it,
Yeah. Exactly.
and you can easily eliminate all the interest, and then once the person goes out with this degree that's actually useful, they can over time pay it back.
Yeah.
It would go from having to like pay off a house in 30 years into like 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One income could support a family of 6.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think that Trump wants to get rid of the Fed. I think he wants to back, have a gold-backed dollar again. I think he has to. I mean, I don't know.
It has
I
to
don't
be
know the
done in
whole plan,
stages.
but I think right now it's all about cleaning house, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
hmm
There's a lot you can't do if you have a dirty house, right?
Yep.
Right.
hmm But see, as voters, yeah, that's true. But see, as voters, and this is something that does not get talked about a lot either, because see, us as supporters, Trump can't do it alone. It's up to us to get out to these polls and vote these people out of office. Because
Right.
Absolutely.
you know, and then you have like here in Florida, I think DeSantis won over 55,000 votes. Now, let's look at the people who voted for Adam Putnam who stayed home because Adam Putnam did not win the primary, right? This is no time to be staying home and throwing a fit. And I posted this on Parler many
Yeah.
times. It's probably not one of my more popular posts, but people do respond when I post it. Is that conservatives can't stay home? They got to get out there and vote. Even if you don't like the candidate, you have got
Right.
to support them. I mean, would you rather have a rhino or a progressive socialist? I mean, the rhinos are no better because those are basically the socialist counterpart, but the rhinos, at least if they're smart enough, they don't usually blow their cover. You know, I think we've seen more rhinos expose their cover now than we have in the past. But it's we got a lot of work to do. I mean, even we're getting the wall. We are getting the wall. We're getting our economy's coming back to life, but this can all go away at the snap of a finger. I mean,
Absolutely.
there's only so much Trump can do.
Well, and I think, you hit on when you talk about, we're building the wall and all that. I think one of the first things that has to be addressed is the illegal immigration, is
Yeah.
the kind of the
you owe
pay.
$900,000 now in New York City.
Yeah, well,
Oh, yeah.
all right. I think it's 250,000, but still.
Whatever. Yeah.
Oh
Just
wow.
But yeah, but
some
that
insane thing.
it's ridiculous. But yeah,
Illegal immigrant. Sorry.
that idea of, and I'm going to use it again, that pay for play, the idea of bringing illegal immigrants in, in exchange of we're going to give you this free stuff coming into our country in exchange for their votes, right? And so
Yeah.
that's the biggest thing I think that we have to stop. So there's the swamp, right? Cleaning out the swamp and stopping the influx of voters that can be bought, right?
Cutting off
And
sanctuary cities.
Yeah.
and
That's
well,
something. Yeah.
because those are the things, if we allow them to have if we continue to allow all of these voters who can be bought coming into the country, and we don't have a chance, right?
Exactly.
There's
Yep.
not
Yeah.
an even playing field. There's not a level playing field. So,
Eventually, we would get outnumbered,
right.
especially at
So,
the rate that they were doing it,
oh
and
yeah. I mean, right.
then eventually the Republicans won't be able to win another election.
Yep.
Period.
Do both of
Right.
you know? Yeah. Do you guys know who John Mark is? Have you ever heard of him as a
Yep.
YouTuber?
Propertarianism. Yep.
Yeah. Now, John Mark, I was going to point out a video that he did, but a couple of things that I'll disagree with him on, but he's right
It's
on a lot of
Kirk
what he
Doolittle.
said.
It's Kirk
Yeah.
Doolittle's idea. Yeah.
John Mark was talking about the civil war within the right, basically the social conservatives versus the more how do I say, fiscal conservatives, right?
Hmm.
Now, one of the things that he touched on is that how even right now it's going to be impossible for, like, if Trump loses re-election, the right is never going to be able to win another election because of the way the dynamics in voting is happening, right? Now, when he was talking about how Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens were what they were doing, like he liked what they were doing, but he was talking about how Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens kind of fall under a group of conservatives who think we can continue
You're
to
missing the boat.
import. Huh?
Right.
He thinks that they're
Yeah.
missing the boat. He thinks that
Yeah.
they're putting their efforts in
Yeah.
wrong areas.
Yeah. Now here's where I disagree with John Mark, because how else? Okay, if we didn't have Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk doing what they do, we wouldn't. Number one, we wouldn't be getting through to people like we're doing now, right? So that's one. Number two, I don't think. I mean, even though John, he's a great guy. I mean, he's well-educated guy, but you know, he's basing his I won't say assumption, because he's right about what he says, but he's basing the demographics of how people vote based on districts, I believe. I could be, I don't know where he got his numbers, but judging by how he says that, I have to go by. I could be wrong. I could be right. I don't know, but he's probably basing it off of how many Democrats have been elected to office based on their districts where they hold office, right? But that's, but anyway, the thing that I would ask John is, like, how else do you win this fight? Because we didn't have the likes of Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk and the Morgan Zeggers, the Young Americans Against Socialism, is another group I've been trying to promote on Parler, bring awareness to them. How else are we going to win this battle? Because number one, you have to reach the younger generation in a way that is not going to be as divisive. And that's where libertarians actually have a better chance at convincing people as to why we have a free market society and why the capitalist system is better. It's not like we don't have ways of, communicating with people, but the social conservatives, the more, forgive me, I'm not trying to label people, I apologize, but I believe that the social conservatives kind of make it harder for us at the same time, because those are the more like, we don't want any immigrants here. We don't want any, we don't want any,
Non-white.
anybody.
Any non-white.
Yeah, and see, we don't need that. That's why I can't bring myself to support social conservatives, because they make our message harder. Because many of the left, many of the classical liberals, many of the when I say classical liberals, I'm talking about the ones that, not the progressives of today, the cultural Marxists of today, but I'm talking about the more, those that were more open to the idea of free markets and capitalism. Most of those people have found their fight on a conservative side, and it's really reshaping the right into what you see. Like, you have people like Milo Yiannopoulos. He's of the LGBT community, and he's a nationalist. He's a proud nationalist, and he makes it known that he loves this country and everything it stands for. Same thing with who's the other one? I'm sorry, her name escapes me. Oh boy, I can't think of her name, but it's just, we can't have this mindset, like when people, and I try to get better at it myself. I'm not putting myself on any pedestal where, we can't be calling Democrats demon rats, and we can't be calling, we can't be saying, things like, especially when you're talking to a younger generation, because I have a lot of conversations with people out there, especially the younger generation. And yeah, Blair White. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. I always keep my argument based in the capitalist free market. I never get into the, well, we got to bring God back into this. Bringing God back into things has to be a decision that people accept. You can't, I don't even know how to explain it, but you can't force it upon people. You have to let people accept that part of the argument, but it's very tricky, because you're basically, you're trying to undo conditioning that's been happening for like most of these people's lives, especially in college where it gets worse,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and
what I think is where I agree with you and where I disagree with John Mark is
Mhm.
this idea that I think what he's saying, okay, you can base that on the facts that have been, on the statistics that have been, but I don't think that you have seen the likes of the movement that is happening now. I don't
Yes.
think that you have seen the awakening of, for example, the African American community. So
Yes.
I don't think that you can say, I don't think there's enough information
Hmm.
to say that it will not, because that's his point. No
Hmm.
matter what happens, Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk can talk till they're blue in their face, and it's not going to make a difference. We're
Mhm.
not going to get those votes. It's not going to change the direction. And
Mhm.
I think there's enough of a change
Hmm.
in the last couple of years that I don't think that there's enough data for him to be able to support that. I think
Yeah.
that I think, yes, there are years and years of an election cycle after election cycle after election cycle of data that he has,
Right.
but this is a new factor. And
Yes.
this is a factor that has not
The
existed
walk away
Mhm.
in
movement,
Yeah.
the generations.
Blexit
Yeah.
movement,
Hmm.
the Mexit.
Mhm.
The,
Hmm.
there's so much right now.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
mean,
yeah.
I
So that's the
mean, you
one
look
thing, right?
52%, but that's probably not counting a bunch of those minorities.
Well, and
Hmm.
that's the thing is I'm not even saying that it absolutely is going to be um, this huge major factor in 2020. I'm saying that
Hmm.
this is a movement, that this is the beginning of the change, right? And
Hmm.
it might be a big factor in 2020, but what I'm saying is I don't think we can say stop your efforts. They're not valuable, and we're never gonna to get this,
Hmm.
because what James was saying, James is right. These different movements, give them more time. I mean,
Yeah.
they may or may
Yeah,
not be a huge thing in 2020, but even if they're not as big as we want them to be in 2020, what are they going to be in 22? What are they going to be in
right.
24?
Yeah.
You know?
And I
Hmm.
and I'd agree with Mel that he's probably looking at data prior to this whole movement,
Hmm.
and looking at probably just the white base
Hmm.
in that regard and saying, yeah, if we don't do something, according to these, yearly numbers,
Hmm.
yeah, it's gonna happen.
Hmm.
And without this movement, yeah, it we there's more of a
Hmm.
buffer, sure.
Hmm.
Uh,
See.
but
Hmm. Oh, go ahead.
it's it's a mindset, and it's great that we're all coming together and we all are wanting to think like Americans.
Yeah.
I've
Hmm.
got no problem with color or anybody.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
love people of color. My best friends, black, that I grew up with, and
Hmm.
I even lived in Africa. I mean,
Hmm.
I li-
I, mhm. I
y-
had
y-
um I had somebody ask me on Parlor one time. Now, keep in mind when I say this, I'm only open to the possibility, but they need to make their voices heard, right? Somebody on Parlor had asked me, is it possible that Muslims could be conservative, right? Like, are there conservative Muslims? Why can't they be conservative? And my response to this person was, because I was trying to think of a way to respond to this person, right? And there was someone
mm,
I came across on OANN, One American News Network.
right,
I think he was called the Islamic Reformist. I don't know. I think he's out of Australia, but I don't know much about him. But when I watched the video and I posted it on my wall in Parlor, I basically I didn't announce who the person who asked me, out of respect for their privacy. I just, I said if they want to make their voices heard, they can echo the post and say I was the one who asked the question, right? So I said,
mm,
watch this video and then decide for yourself if you think Muslims could be moderate or conservative, right? Well, and then I proceeded to say, if there are out there, they need to start making their voices heard in the same manner that the African American conservatives have made their voices heard, the same
right,
manner that the Latino and Latina communities have made their voices heard in support of Trump, as well as the Asian communities. They need to jump on that bandwagon to make their voices heard, that they do not support the radical ideology of their religion. And this guy was
mm,
basically talking about how you can actually have Islam and not practice the radical side of it. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know. I'm not educated in the in the I'm not really educated in the Quran, so I couldn't say, but I say this, I say this with the possibility of it existing. I don't know. What do you guys think of that?
Have you heard of Salim and Dion?
Not
The
really.
colored conservatives.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, they're up here in Seattle, and I think one of them is half black or something. I think the other
Mhm.
one is some sort of Muslim, if I remember right. But
Mhm.
man, they go around on the streets and wear Trump hats and piss people off
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
ask people questions that, you know,
Yeah.
they try to go to rallies and Portland meetings and stuff like that,
Mhm.
or gatherings.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean, even. Oh, go ahead, Mel. I'm
absolutely.
sorry.
Oh, no, I was
Mhm.
just going to say, absolutely. That's the thing is that um, I think, I think anybody can be.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, obviously,
I'm a little more sketchy, I think.
things are going to be,
Yeah.
well,
You have to kind of be.
I mean, things are going to be more difficult depending on how you were raised and all of that, right?
Mhm.
Um, but I mean, I will also, I mean, I will bring faith into it for a moment, right? Because I will also say that
Right.
that you know, uh,
God can save
God
anyone.
can, yeah, God can change anybody, right?
Yeah.
God can
Mhm.
use any situation, He can change any person. So,
Yeah.
as much as I could speak till I'm blown in the face, as much as whatever,
Mhm.
it's not outside God's power. So,
Yeah.
um,
Mhm.
I think it's much more difficult in some cases.
Yeah.
I won't necessarily say it's impossible, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, I do think it's possible. Um,
Yeah.
but I totally agree 100% with you guys that they need to be. I mean, you have that image. Uh,
Mhm.
there's that media image, although I am questioning it now because of something else I
Mhm.
watched the other day. But that media image of Muslims dancing in the streets after
Mhm.
9/11, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. I
I don't
remember that.
know if that's not totally true. I mean,
Wasn't that
um,
was
Mhm.
the Israelis?
well,
They
I
were
I just
Mossad.
recently heard yeah, some other stuff on it. So, but there's that idea, right? So,
Mhm.
it's they have to make their voices loud
Heard.
enough,
Mhm.
right? They
Yeah.
have to make their voices.
Exactly. Yeah.
Six string is the Muslims in my area are not friendly. And that's another good point, right? What
Yeah.
we're
Mhm.
seeing is we're
Is he in
watching
Michigan?
this thing. Yeah, where are you, six string? Oh, did you say Ohio earlier? I might be wrong, but there's this thing, and you're watching it happen in Europe, right? Where there
Mhm.
are, and actually, it's already happening here too,
Mhm.
but where there are areas that are no-go zones, right? Where the police won't even enter, where
Yeah.
they're looking at um, not ritualistic, but
Yeah, not
like
in my country.
cultural rape, you know,
Mhm.
cultural gang rape, cultural
Yeah.
things like that. That all these statistics are going, out the roof, right? They're
Mhm.
talking to their citizens saying, hey, don't walk out alone, don't go out after dark, don't, all these things that they're having that again they're creating this
Mhm.
has to adjust instead of saying, no, you guys can't come in. No, you guys cannot do this in our country. We're going to
Mhm.
prosecute you for these things. Instead of doing that, they're telling everybody else to work around it, to
Mhm.
not be offensive, right? They're going to kill us. They're going to rape us. They're going to, cause issues or whatever. But
Well,
but
they're
we don't want to offend them, right? We don't want to be
Mhm.
offensive and because they're protected. They're one of the protected sects
Mhm.
of society, right?
Yeah.
And
I say that's
so,
Mhm.
bullshit. I'm
right,
sorry.
Yeah.
not,
I
you're
can't hold
right.
my tongue on that one.
No, but you're right. But that's
You
what's
see it in
happening, and
Germany.
that's
You see it in the UK.
right. That's why it's happening, and so
I'm
that's where
sickened.
we have to be able to look at this, and that's where we have to be able to see truth and to be able to speak truth, and that's why I was asking. I asked this on Twitter the other day about something. I'm like, where are we going to draw the line? Where is it
Mhm.
that you, and I think each person needs to be thinking about this. Each person needs to be asking themselves, where are you going to draw the line and say, no more?
Mhm.
This thing is not acceptable.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it New York that they had like faux cops, Muslim cops, basically
Like a Muslim
working with
police force.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, basically working with the police force,
right.
and then there was some video of them translating what they were saying as they're driving around with basically assault rifles. I mean, of course, there's no such thing as an assault rifle, but
Yeah. Was it the
military
Armalite? Right. Yeah, the Armalite rifle. Yeah.
military grade rifles in their cars, and they're looking over across like from their police vehicle
Mhm.
over to a legitimate police vehicle and basically talking crap.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this because the right in this country control the vast majority of the civilian-owned weaponry in this, in the country. They, you have people, according to, well, they've been throwing the 100 million gun owner numbers out there for years. When you count the fact that back in 2016, the rural America was rising up, and Tom Benz did an excellent video on this, where these liberals, well, let me just say the cultural Marxists, they say that, these cultural Marxists have no idea what they're pushing. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that people are going to head for the hills once a Democrat gets elected to office, but what you will see is over time, as things deteriorate and businesses close up, you're going to start seeing people rising up more. In fact, right now, again, back a while back when I was talking about the 23 million background checks that the FBI received, that they had a request, right?
Mm.
Those numbers should tell you that people are rising up again, even more so than they did in 2016, and people are getting prepared because you stop and think about it. Who is the oh, did James leave?
No,
Oh, oh,
he just took his
oh,
video off.
oh,
Mhm.
okay. Who are the army of these globalists, right? I mean, okay, gang members, some of them are probably ex-military. You have Antifa, obviously, but who is going to be there? What else? What enforcement do they have? I mean, how much of the army? Like, I respect our men and women in uniform, but let's get real. How much of the army is on Trump's side? People say 2/3. More than half. Okay, well, you know, the globalists probably have some generals in their pocket. Obviously not enough generals to get the military to turn against Trump, but they probably have quite a few
Amen.
generals on their payroll.
Right.
People.
And they've
And
spent
this
a
is
lot of time. They've spent a lot of time putting people in positions of power in
yeah,
in every realm, honestly, of society, of culture, of life,
yeah,
and around the world, not just here.
hmm
So, and you were saying earlier, if they hadn't started going after the white man, I think is what you had said. I, I,
yeah.
I I might be slaughtering your words. I apologize.
No, no, no. Yeah.
Um, but that's the thing is I think a big part of this coming to a head that has been happening,
hmm
um, besides the fact that Trump um, has been pushing what he's the way he's been pushing, but also
hmm
that I think that they got impatient,
Yeah.
because if you watch decades and decades
hmm
slow little moves, inch by inch by inch, but like we were saying earlier.
hmm
But in the last, I was talking to someone the other day, and we were talking about the fact that it used to take decades to make true cultural change, but
Yeah.
now it just takes a year or two,
hmm
maybe, maybe up to 5 years at most, to make
hmm
true cultural change. Because if you look at 2015 being when uh, gay marriage became legal,
hmm
if you look at how far in 4 to 5 years we are from that point, that
Mhm.
was huge, right? I
Yeah.
mean, the
Mhm.
amount of cultural change that has happened in less than 5 years at this point
Mhm.
would have taken, decades in
Mhm.
in years past. And
Mhm.
so there's been this impatience, this desire to um, push harder, go faster,
Mhm.
accomplish the uh, deeper, greater goals
Yeah.
than there used to be, you
Mhm.
know. And so I think that's part of why we're at where we
Mhm.
are,
Mhm.
um, is because of that desire to push harder and faster and whatever else. Um,
Well. Mhm.
oh, hey, Tony is leaving. He's got to go to work.
Okay.
Love you,
Take care,
Tony.
Tony.
Thank you so much,
I've
and
got a
Thanks
have
for
a
being
good
here,
chance
day,
brother.
too,
a
actually.
good last day
Mhm.
uh, before he has like 6 days off. So
Yeah. Mhm.
you can do
I'll
it,
Yeah.
probably
Tony.
hit the hay too,
Tony's
you
amazing.
guys.
I don't know how he
I
does
gotta
it, but
work.
he really gets out there. He
Oh,
really gets out there. He really pushes his message, and try to support him as often as I can. I just everybody's busy. We all we're trying to get a message out. We're trying to manage our day-to-day lives, but Mel, where that push comes from is the fact that a lot of these globalists are getting old, and a lot of them want to live to see their vision of the world happen. You know, like you
mhm.
know, Bush. My condolences to his family, but he's a globalist, and he's one of the globalists that did not live to see his vision of the world happen. Bush Senior. I'm talking
Right,
about.
right, absolutely. And
Yeah.
so hang on just a second, because James did
Okay.
say that he needed to go to bed too. I think you said you have work in the
Oh,
morning, James.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no worries. But hey, man, it's great talking to you.
Yeah, great talking to you too.
I hope I didn't interrupt saying goodnight, man.
No, it was always good. It's always good to have another voice, and I like to hear other people talk besides myself.
Yeah, well, it's good to
you
have a
know.
face with a name too. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Don't
James,
worry, I got.
I will pull that up. I'll pull that up. It's just going to take. I just have to do a couple steps before I can pull it up. So I'll show them.
no worries. Yeah, I sent Mel a meme that I made that you
Mhm.
guys might appreciate. I was gonna put it up as my avatar,
Oh,
but
cool.
it's making
I
me try and sign
I'm
in.
not I'm not very good at memes. I'm good. I'm great with one-liners, but I'm not very good with memes. Although I had a one-liner. Somebody had responded one time, and I think it was on a Fox video that I commented on. But I came up with a one-liner said Gavin Newsom takes a mousetrap to Chuck E. Cheese, and no, it was take a salad to the dressing room, and they said thanks. I got a bumper sticker now. But that's why I put my humor out there. People. I'm sure people have used it, made T-shirts, whatever. I know Pete the Patriot made a couple mugs out of two one-liners I did, and that's fine. That's what I put the humor out there for people to use.
Right
I,
on.
I, I
Yeah,
wonder if the president's ever read my humor. If he's ever read any of my one-liners.
yeah. I wonder if he's seen any of my memes.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I came up with the hashtag Polydent Pelosi.
Oh, her
Mhm.
son. Her son is. There was something I posted in Parlor a while back. I guess One American News was covering it. I guess her son got into some kind of trouble or something, abuse or something. I got to watch the video. I just posted up on my wall in Parlor before.
Pelosi.
Um,
Yeah.
Pelosi's son. Yeah, I don't know what he did. I don't know, something about abuse or something. It was in the title of the video, but I'll go back and watch it later. I got so many things I got to get caught up on,
Yeah, he
but
was in charge of that one company.
mhm,
And I'm gonna come out with another meme. Something I saw interesting. I don't know if there's any relation or not, but if you look at the Burisma, the symbol for
mhm,
Burisma, and then
mhm,
you look at the energy drink Bang,
mhm.
look at the symbols.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll
Yeah,
definitely check it out.
I'll probably stop at the store and get a quick picture, and I'll compare them and put them on Twitter or something tomorrow.
Cool. I guess I got to get on Twitter, but Probably no one-liners over there. I get banned in a heartbeat. So the one-liners are going to have to be solely for Parlor. But
right on, you guys. Mel, thanks for having me on.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I am almost.
Oh, you
I'm
got it ready?
almost.
Okay,
yeah.
maybe
Oh
I'll
wow,
hang
it's
out.
almost 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh wow,
But
yeah, it's almost 1 here.
let's see.
You're East Coast then.
yeah,
I used to live in North Carolina. Where you at?
I'm in Florida.
Oh, okay. See, my
Yeah.
cousin's in Florida, but he's SOS on, you know,
Mhm.
Democrat side, and
Yeah.
I almost want to mess with him and be like, hey, you know who's your new neighbor, right?
Well, that's that's the thing I never can wrap my head around. It's like, these people who vote Democrat, they leave their states because of the high taxation and the quality of life is not good, but yet they vote for this stuff and then they move to a red state and they vote the same way. I mean, if you're so book smart and college educated, can't you understand that the way you vote is what causes these problems to begin with? I
Right.
mean,
Right. Look at,
the days of the moderate Democrats are gone. I mean, they're behind us. I don't know. I mean,
at least in leadership. At least
yeah,
in leadership.
I mean, me personally, I don't care if someone's a Democrat or Republican or a Tea Party or I don't even like. I mean, somebody could be a socialist, but as long as they're doing something that benefits me and they care and they respect our constitutional republic, I don't really care who they are, as long as they aren't pushing policies that are going to make my life, uncomfortable. I mean, my life is, our lives are hard enough as it is, you know.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just saying I don't care what somebody's personal preferences are and things of that, but I mean, don't try to like ruin everybody else's life because,
Right.
and that's kind of what these. Mhm.
Well, I was gonna say typically conservative values are, they're affecting their family and and
Mhm.
it's what they don't want to see in public, but at the same time it really doesn't affect other people that much. It
Mhm.
seems like
Yeah.
the other side is really the ones pushing it in our faces.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
Well, the
the
right.
thing. It's that I mean, um like what Great Informer was saying is that it's not an issue of whether you're gay or not. It's not an issue of whether you, I don't know, whatever you want to,
Mhm.
insert there. Um, it's an issue about making it an issue, right? Just
Yeah.
because that's what you want to do, don't, why do I have to do that? Why do I
Mhm.
have to sit there and celebrate it or, have a month about it or, you know, have parades about it? Just go
Yeah.
and do that thing and live your life, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, there are all sorts of things in my life that I don't sit there and stand on a pedestal and say, "Hey, everybody recognize what I'm doing right now. Recognize this activity that I'm or this relationship that I'm in or this whatever." I
Mhm.
mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, are we going to be, swingers unite and hey, swingers should have, I mean, literally you could pick anything and throw
Yeah.
it in there. Why does everyone else have to be involved in that in
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
aspect?
Yeah, and it's like these Christian apps that get harangued by these LGBT activist groups. Like I'll just say this for example, right? Like, you know, if there's a site, and we're a free market society, if there's a site that only wants heterosexual, couples dating, people on their site, then they have a right to do so. And if there's a transgender looking for another transgender, go to a site where you can meet transgenders. Don't bring it onto a site that doesn't want that, because like the transgender side, they have a right to not have who they want. I mean, again, it's a free market society. They can have what platform they want. But they feel the need to go and well, we just got to put our stuff here. To promote diversity, and it's like the cultural Marxists, they don't see this. They just see, they don't understand that that there are sites like, I don't know, I don't ever go on the dating sites or anything like that, but if you have Tinder, who there's a section for transgenders, there's a section for LGBT, for woman seeks woman, man seeks man, go to where you are going to find someone you want to meet. You don't have to bring that over to a site that doesn't want that, and they have a right to not have that if they don't want to.
Right. Right.
It's like the cake bakers in Colorado. They if somebody like go ahead, James.
If they can refuse service if they want to, but don't force us to change the bathrooms in every public building that we
Yeah. I mean, if somebody like this, I mean, if somebody's going to become, if they want a sex change, get a sex change, be happy with your decision and move on. Don't sit here and tell me, well, I identify as this today or that today, or change your name, because if you're going to do that, you're just going to get people not to talk to you, because, if somebody's, okay, my name is Jack today. Okay, fine. If your legal name is Jack, or you had your name legally changed, stick with it. Be proud of what decision you made, and if you're looking for somebody, go about the proper means to find somebody, I mean, how many left-leaning men do you see dating transgenders? Not that many, but yet, what, but they say we got to be attracted to them. Okay, well, I don't see that many of them dating them,
Right.
I mean, the hypocrisy is just, the hypocrisy is just, astronomically insane. It's like these liberals, they don't want to pay more in taxes, but they want government to take care of all of the illegals. Well, I don't see many liberals opening their homes for,
Right.
For illegal immigrants.
Right.
Rebel Media did a really good job of exposing that, where they were asking, they literally had a guy with them. I mean, he was an actor, but they were pointing out the hypocrisy of these people,
Mm-hmm.
Nobody would take them in. Nobody wanted them. And what was their response? Oh, well, we don't know him. We don't know who he is, Gee, apply that to on a larger scale of people coming into our country.
Right. This idea to speak to the hypocrisy of it, the whole point, the talking points, I guess, is, I want to be happy. This is, I just want to live the same life everybody else is living, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if that were the case, then what you're saying is right, because, okay, I don't go on dating sites either. Okay. But
yeah.
I'm going to use that analogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going on a dating site for, minorities and saying, hey, you need to make it available for me too. No, that's not the point, because by doing that, it's that desire. It shows that it's not a desire about personal happiness. It's a desire to change culture. And that's a different thing, and it's a dishonesty to say, hey, this is just about me being able to be happy. Well, the reality is, you can't go into a store and say you're only selling fruits and vegetables and I want, proteins, meat, you can't go into a butcher and say, well, my word, you're being discriminatory to vegetarians by not, selling vegetables, right? By only selling meat. It's just ludicrousy, right? That and hypocrisy. You're right. Just be honest with what you're trying to do. You're trying to change culture. You're not just trying to find happiness for yourself. I mean, I'm not saying that across the board, right? There are going to be some that are, right? But as far as the movement, as far as who they are allowing to speak for them,
Hmm.
and without
Yeah.
speaking up and speaking out themselves.
Hmm.
So, and the few that do, and you look at that, right? It doesn't matter. African American, you look at
Yeah.
how Candace Owens gets, berated like nobody's business. She's not black
Yeah.
enough. You look at
Yeah.
you brought up Milo, what's his name? Milo
Yiannopoulos. Yeah. Hmm.
Yiannopoulos, right? Oh, he's not
Hmm.
gay enough, right? I mean, that's what
Yeah.
he gets,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
They get raked across the coals because they're not fitting into the appropriate stereotype. They're not fitting into the
Hmm.
box, and they're thinking for themselves, right? And
Exactly.
so, for some, it's a matter of not wanting to speak up and speak out. For others, it's a matter of when you do,
Yeah.
there are major repercussions. But it's because we've gotten to this place. Had people
Hmm.
been speaking out originally, then
Hmm.
it wouldn't have been that, because it started out as like 2%, 3%. I can remember when we were having this conversation saying, wait a minute, why is the 3% of the population the rudder that is steering this entire ship? Why
Yeah.
are we all um, why are we all kind of slaves to this 3%? Now, like
Yeah.
I said, it's
Hmm.
between 5 and 7%. But
Hmm.
even still, to say that they are abnormal,
Hmm.
well, scientifically, by definition, that is accurate.
Hmm.
Abnormal, it does not fall with, they are outside of the bell curve, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
Oh, yeah.
so it's not a put down or anything like that. It's just a truth. But again, we can't speak truth because we
Yeah.
get ourselves into trouble.
Yeah. And truth is the new hate speech. I mean, it's,
Right.
I don't know if you saw that post a while. Well, I didn't. Well, it wasn't a post. I'm sorry. It was a video that AOC did, right? And basically, she was talking about. She said, "We don't need no brown faces who don't want to be brown faces." I don't know if I'm saying the exact
Oh,
words right, but
okay.
she
Right.
said, "We don't need any LGBT who don't want to be LGBT. We don't need any
Right.
Muslims who don't want to be Muslims." Basically, she's telling these people, and I'll explain why I bring this up. Yeah, she's telling them, look, we don't need you if you're not going to think this way. Now, here's something that many people don't talk about, is that these globalists, okay, because the war, if you actually notice how this culture war has shifted, it shifted from a war on white people to a war on conservatism. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think these globalists had a real grasp on how conservative people of color could be. They didn't have any way to really measure that, because Trump got he got, I think, like 8% of the African American vote, and it's going to be higher come 2020. I think he got like 30% of the Hispanic vote, which we all know probably those two numbers are higher than what they originally reported.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump, I think, got. But see, they never say Indian or Asian. They don't factor them in. They don't. They never do, because most of the time Asian gets lumped in with the whites. And I don't know, they don't really classify. You never really hear them say, like, well, people of India or Native American. They don't. It's always either Hispanic, because those are the three biggest nationalities in the country. So they only focus on those three.
Right.
But again, they didn't really, because if you look at right now, how many African American conservatives are defending Trump? Larry Elder, Pastor Mark Burns, Derek Grayson. Let's see who else. Candace Owens, Sonny Johnson, Katrina Pearson,
Oh, what's the guy I watch that I
Kevin's
love?
Corner. I mean, who's the other one?
Oh my
Tree of
God.
Logic. She's another one. I mean, there's just so many. There's so many conservatives, like Hispanic. Because they know it's kind of now or never. Because if they don't start making their voices heard, because we've seen more African American conservatives come out now than ever before. I've never seen this many
Mhm.
African Americans defend a president like this, a conservative African Americans defending a Republican like this. Never, because they
Oh yeah.
know that they know it's now or never. Because if they're going to affect any kind of change within their communities, they understand they're going to have to do it through Trump. And
And he is he is actually giving them something, right? He's
Yeah.
actually doing Brandon Tatum, but he's
Yeah, Brent, yeah,
actually
yeah.
doing,
Mhm.
they are actually seeing, wait a minute, we've had all these guys before, all these Democrats, all these liberals, right? Before saying, oh, we're going, we're for the African American community, we're for the Black
Mhm.
person, and then nothing getting better and things just getting worse.
Yeah.
And they're seeing that Trump is actually doing some things and working with the African American community to go into the communities and make a difference, right?
Mhm.
Opportunity zones and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. hmm Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw that video with Pastor Mark Burns and Al Sharpton, but
Mm-mm.
Pastor Mark Burns was defending Trump against, like he was sticking up for Trump when Al Sharpton was sitting there trying to blast him. I mean, Pastor Mark Burns knows what's going on. He knows exactly what's going on. Same thing with people like ABL, Kevin's Corner, who's the other one? O'Shea Dew Jackson, I mean, a lot of they know, they see what's going on. They know how African Americans have been exploited for votes throughout the years. They Henry
BCP.
Davis is another one. He's funny. I love Henry Davis. I don't see that many videos of his anymore, but
BCP.
Oh, ECP, Black Conservative Patriot.
yes. He was another one.
Love
Yes,
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
But these are the people that can help bring a wokeness to more of a wokeness. Like Malcolm X. I'm sorry, I know I'm going off on tangents here and there. I'm sorry. Malcolm X said it best because Malcolm X knew, despite Malcolm X being Muslim, he knew what the liberal was. The
Yeah.
cultural Marxist was,
He was
and
not cool with it.
hmm,
He was not
yeah,
cool
I
with
mean,
it.
now one of the reasons why I bring up Kanye West in this is because you look at what Kanye West is doing. You look at what you see the effect that he's having on people, right? Kanye West may do the one thing that Alveda King, even the great Alveda King, the great I'm sorry, Dr. Martin Luther King. I love Alveda King, Miss Alveda King. I was thinking of her because she's defended Trump on many occasions too. But Kanye West may actually do the one thing that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King never got a chance to do, and that's actually reach into the African American community and get them to see, that there's something better, that there's other things that, that they're not limited to just voting Democrat. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they fear this. They know this. This is why they're so desperate to bring in a new base of voters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I mean, the thing I remember, we all know the Kavanaugh debacle. I mean, look, Kavanaugh, he's a defender of the Second Amendment. I don't really know how conservative he truly is, but the Trump getting Kavanaugh elected to the Supreme Court was a huge blow to the globalist movement.
Mm-hmm.
And now with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, we don't know what her health is going to be like. And if Trump gets what's her name, Amy Saccone, I think. That's going to make the left lose their minds because she's very pro-life. She's very conservative. She's a constitutionalist.
Well, that's the thing. They know that the Supreme Court is just right there, right on the verge. You lose Ruth Bader Ginsburg, if
They might get one or two more seats. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge.
Well, they've already appointed how many judges? Like, was it 100 and some? I think, or
I
I
think
could be off
they
on
were
the numbers.
looking at 170 plus.
Yeah.
Which is huge when you consider.
And those were all left open by Obama.
Yeah.
Like, Trump's like, "Are you kidding me?" And like, I would agree.
Right.
Like
And
that's something you would want to seal up before you left office, and he just left it all open.
yeah, I think he didn't think that there was going to be an end, right? He thought Hillary is going to be a next.
Or
Yeah.
he wanted to leave it to Hillary to
Right, that's what I
sign
mean,
all
yeah.
those.
Right.
Yeah.
And with the money that George Soros has been putting into lower level elected positions,
Mm-hmm.
like the lower level judges in
Mhm.
local cities and stuff like that.
Ninth
Um,
District Court.
Yeah. There's
Right.
one. There is. There's some. I'm sorry, Mel. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I
I was gonna say. You probably heard me mention them in chat before. You know who the Mercer family is? Robert Mercer, Rebecca Mercer. A lot of people
I've
don't
heard
know.
but I'm not sure why. I'm not placing.
Well, the people. Here's something that a lot of people don't know. I mean, the Mercers don't talk to the press much, and it's very good reason. The Mercers. Steve Bannon and Kellyanne Conway have very deep ties to the Mercers, at least from what I've researched about them. They do. I could be wrong on that, but I know they have ties to the Mercers. Now, what's interesting is that Robert Mercer, a while back, had Cambridge Analytical was the whole. They were behind the whole Cambridge Analytical debacle. But I'm going to say this because the Mercers are nationalists. They are conservative. They're more conservative than the Koch brothers. Robert Mercer was responsible for backing a bunch of anti-Islamic ads that they ran on Twitter, Facebook, and social media. He backed the super PAC that funded those. Now, if you guys remember the AOC, the signs that blasted AOC for losing all those 25,000 jobs, the Mercers were behind a super PAC that funded those signs. Now, the Mercers,
Yes. Okay.
yeah.
Yes, I remember watching
Now
a
the
video of
Mercers,
them.
yeah, the Mercers are on our side. They are on our side. But now think about this: you never really hear once the Mercers being drugged before Congress or the House. And these people have deep ties to Trump because they helped Trump win the election. They originally backed Ted Cruz, but they took their platform and brought it over to Trump. Now, why is that? Let's ask ourselves why that is, right? It is because they cannot touch the Mercers because either the Mercers have a very powerful legal team of their own, which is very possible. They certainly have the money to have one. They also may have, been able to keep. I mean, we're talking about a family that has literally kept these globalists at bay. Now, what do the Mercers want? I don't know. But whatever they have planned has got to be better than what George Soros and Michael Bloomberg and the Rothschilds have planned for us.
Right.
So, you kind of got to get behind the person who's going to at least recognize your rights as a human, at least, backing the ideas that we align with, But the Mercer, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, the thing is that, look at Trump, right?
Mhm.
Money in the world. And he's so far been using it for good, right?
Yep.
So hopefully, hopefully their agenda
Mhm.
is the same.
Yeah. Do you know, Brian, what's interesting about the Mercers, too? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No.
Steve Bannon now sits on the board. And again, you got to remember, wherever Mercer's at, Steve Bannon is usually, wherever Steve Bannon is at, Mercer's money is usually not far behind. Now, I'm going to break this down and explain why I say this, right? Not too long ago, Brian Colfage's group got a $6 million offline donation. They don't know who it was. I mean, they have their privacy. Now, myself personally, I suspect that must have been somebody who had ties to the Mercers, because myself personally, I think only the Mercers would have done something like that. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. Now, let's look at the Yellow Vest movement in France, right? The Yellow Vest movement it's kind of been hijacked over here by the left, but in France, the Yellow Vest movement is very pro-nationalist. That's kind of like the Antifa of the right. Now, back not too long ago, there were truckloads of Yellow Vest protesters pouring into Canada. Now, who paid for those trucks? Who pays the organizers of the Yellow Vests? The same kind of tactics that are used to pay the Yellow Vests. I mean, the kind of money that gets funneled to the Yellow Vests probably is the same manner as how Antifa gets their money. They're paid to do what they do. And I think you're starting to see the right get a lot more organized than what you have in the past.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But you know, the whole thing too, with the right being organized and the NRA and the Gun Owners of America, you know, the Gun Owners of America have gotten a lot of strength. And this is something I try to stress when I make a post is like, you know, if you got issue with the NRA, it's, you know, have issue with the leadership, like Wayne LaPierre. He needs to go. He needs to step down. You know, some of those board members who pocket all that money from donations, I really can't necessarily blame people for having an issue with the NRA, but have an issue with the leadership, not with the people who work for the NRA. You know, you can't abandon them.
Right.
You know, I mean, but you know, all of this kind of ties in together because, you know, the right wing groups and their goals are the same: preservation of the Constitution and defending our freedoms. You know, the Young Americans Against Socialism is another group that I don't work with them directly, but I mean, I post their videos on my wall in Parlor. Hopefully people, you know, respond, but, you know, I support them. I donate to them because, you know, they're kind of a new group and, you know, they're up and coming. They've got their platform going. But see, this is the kind of stuff that we need to do. We need to financially support these groups as well as share their videos and get other people aware of them. That's how they grow. That's how they become a powerhouse, like, say, in the same manner that Brian Kolfage's group has become. You know, they are big. They can't just be attacked like the left would love to do. You know, it would take a lot to shut Brian Kolfage down. And if they did shut him down, we got a serious problem on our hands, you know?
Yeah,
But
absolutely. I don't know, have you heard of this purple revolution that Six String Gunner is talking about? Because I have not heard of that.
Yeah,
I'll know, but I'll have to check it out. Huh.
yeah.
James,
See,
you
you know, Mel, there was something. Oh, sorry, James. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I said I recognize them. I'm subbed. I haven't been able to catch any of the videos because yeah.
There was something too that, and it doesn't get talked about ever. I've mentioned it once, but in if you think about it, the possibility could make sense, right? Remember what Malcolm X said. Malcolm X said both conservative and liberal kings, their goals are the same, but they differ in one way. We've all heard the speech, right? What if the Bilderberg group, what if there's factions in the Bilderberg group who don't like what the other side is doing? Like, let's say there's one side that wants socialism, one world government, you know, in a socialistic manner. They want a one world government in a socialistic manner, right? Let's say, what if there's another side of the Bilderberg group that wants a one world government based on a capitalist nationalist agenda, which is very possible. It can happen. Look at how closely tied the world banks, you know, the country's banks are, you know.
right.
What if these factions are clashing, right? And these factions are kind of you know, because there's money on the right, there's money on the left. Now, granted, the left has more money, but the right has a good amount of money to challenge the left, you know, in a manner of speaking, right? But let's say that these what we're seeing now is Trump is part of a because remember, not too long ago there was that thing about Charles Schwab and 20 billionaires who were trying to stop Obama. They were back in dark money that were trying to stop Obama, right? So what if these billionaires and these other people of the Bilderberg group, because most of these people, you're wealthy like that, you got to have some ties to the Bilderberg groups, you know, in some form or manner. You know what I'm saying? You attend their meetings, whatever, you know. And let's say those factions are kind of clashing right now as we speak. You know, well, you know, who do you get behind? Well, you know, I kind of say I got to get behind the one that's going to, you know, recognize my right as a human being, however little that right may be, but at least it's better than not having any kind of, you know. But,
Right.
So, oh, well, oh wow, 3 hours, cool, wow. Yeah. No, but it's been good. It's been good. You know, I don't do content. I mean, I'm much better at, you know, doing one-liners than I am doing this. I mean, I can do this with, you know, with people, but I can't do this on my own. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm much better in conversation. I mean, I guess recently I've been going on a lot myself,
You've
but
got plenty to say, Mel.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you do great. You do awesome. Both you and Bill do very, very good when you guys are presenting your news and everything. You guys do a great job. I'm just kind of a wise guy, street smart, I'm not really I'm not college educated at all. I'm just, you have life, have life experience, and when you learn how to talk to people, you learn how to deal with people, you kind of get a feel for, how to communicate with somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're very quick-witted, and I have to tell you, so I will admit this. The first time that you popped in, I
Mhm.
think it was probably in Bill's chat. The first
Mhm.
time I saw you in chat, and your little one-liners, I kept because you're so quick, and
Mhm.
and I, I was like, kind of catching him. I was thinking,
Mhm.
who is this person? you know, and at first I was like, is he trolling? Is he,
That's
because
what a lot of
I
people
had
get.
just,
Yeah.
yeah,
But
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 I
I'll
mean,
I'll literally sometimes I'll pop in a chat and I'll ask the host or the mod, can I make fun of swamp creatures in Washington? And I remember one guy, it was a moderator. He said just behave and no foul language, and he gave me a smiley face emoji. But see, that's why I always keep humor clean. I always try to keep it,
mhm.
80% clean. I've got some nasty ones out there, but I will never post them I won't, like, if I'm in a chat regularly, I'm not going to post a nasty one liner. I don't want to get a channel strike like that. You know what I mean? But
Well,
in the, hmm?
well, and I like what you said earlier too. You were talking about, um, I don't remember how you said it, but pretty much you were saying we're trying to convince people, right? We're trying to win people over. And
Yeah.
you don't win people over by saying, "Oh, you're a moronic, blah 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 blah."
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
might make me feel better, and like,
Hmm.
"Ooh, I got that off my chest." But the
Hmm.
reality is, if what I'm trying to do is if I'm trying to win someone over, if I'm trying to convince
Yeah.
someone or persuade someone, then
Hmm.
attacking them is not going to get me closer to my goal. So I guess I have to figure out what my goal is, right?
Yeah.
But if my goal is to win them over,
Hmm.
you know,
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm very, that's why I keep most of it clean, because
mhm,
if I make a one-liner, it's usually directed for AOC or, occasionally, she's my favorite target. I have, no punching bag, for those one-liners, you know what
well,
I
she
mean?
just
But
makes it so easy. I mean,
mhm, yeah,
the poor
but I
lady.
mean, yeah, but I mean, but again, it's something I try not to do too much of, you know what I mean? Like when I do
Mhm,
on Parlor, I throw out an occasional one-liner with a post, and people respect. It's not like people give me hundreds of echoes, but I may get about like maybe 12, 15, 17 echoes with a one-liner. I mean,
mhm.
it's the humor is more to catch people's attention. It's not really. It's more designed to catch people's attention to listen to what I have to say. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's funny. I've even had some right wing. I had one guy respond one time. He goes, I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't like him, but this one liner is funny. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But I've had a lot of people come to my defense too. So and I try to do the same too. For people. But again, I try not to be as divisive, and because I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. I've done it. I mean, I'm not.
Well,
But I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get better.
mhm.
I mean, we all, nobody's perfect. We're all human and we're perfect. We're not
We all
perfect.
have our
And,
moments. Yeah, absolutely.
you know, but, I think we're winning. I think we can pull through this. I think we can do this. I want to be an optimist. I want to be an optimist and I want to,
Mhm.
we have to just keep going. We have to help back the organizations that can make the difference and the change, and,
Well,
and
that's
us
the thing.
ourselves.
Right,
Hmm.
that's the thing is that I know Bill likes to say that, there is a certain, um, part of the population that you can't talk to. They are
Yeah.
impossible,
Mhm.
they are lost kind of thing. And
Yeah.
and I am, um, I am an optimist in many cases, but I do know that there's some that are so very extreme
Mhm.
that really, you're wasting your breath a lot of times. Um, but I just lost my train of thought. I was going to wrap back around to something that you had said.
Mhm. Well, I could tell you an interesting conversation I had with a social worker. I mean, I'm kind of shocked that I mean, we had respectful conversation. It was interesting, but she said, she was telling me about how much she hates her insurance. Well, guess what? What branch of the government do you work for? Well, guess what? That branch of government probably, has a company that is another part of the government that handles your health insurance and your health benefits,
Mm,
and they're I mean, if you're going to have a government paid Medicare, like let's say, let's have a talk about this, right? Are you going to be willing to let government dictate what your premiums are? What if they put you in a premium bracket? Say you make 30,000 or 40,000 a year, you willing to be put in a $500, $600 premium bracket, not to mention whatever your copay is they set?
mhm,
Because whatever kind of government health care that they put you on, or because they're going to have consultants from the from the free market industry to oversee all of this, because government's going to contract they're going to contract companies that they're just going to be overwhelmed. Then they're going to have to change policies to cover everybody else. Nobody's going to get seen by a doctor. Government's going to have to look at everybody's stuff. I mean, you're talking about a walking disaster.
Well, and that's the
You
thing
know.
is, I don't know, you have people who again, paint this rosy red picture of
Mhm.
the, um, the healthcare systems in other countries like Canada and all that. And I don't know if it's because I'm in Washington State that
Mhm.
it's an obvious to me. We've known for years that people from Canada come down here when they
Mhm.
really need medical care. you
Yeah.
know I mean, that's
Yeah.
just obvious. And so I don't, again, is it because we're right next to the border that's just a more obvious thing for me? Or um is that more
Mhm.
known by more widespread?
Mhm.
um
Well.
and but
Mhm.
this idea of, oh yes, there are all these wonderful healthcare systems, socialized healthcare systems that are
Mhm.
so much better. It's like, no, no,
Yeah.
being on waiting
Mhm.
lists,
Yeah.
or even the things that should be simple, to be seen for, should be able to be addressed more
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
You're waiting 6, 8 weeks if you are lucky, if
Mhm.
you're lucky. And
Yeah.
then when you look at, and then that becomes a problem, is because the little issues, when they're not taken care of, become bigger issues.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. And
Well.
Canada has
Mhm.
been running here for years for their
Yeah.
health care,
Well,
and
it's
yet
like.
we want to be
Mhm.
like them.
Yeah. Well, it's like, even in Germany, same thing in Canada, you still have a predominant capitalist society, because without the capitalist, without the jobs that the free market creates, you're not going to have anybody to tax to pay for all these so-called free health benefits that everybody wants.
Mhm.
Healthcare is not a right. You have a right to try
Right.
and get healthcare, but it is not a human right.
Right.
You know,
That's,
I mean,
it goes back to the want versus need, right? When we're kids, we don't understand the difference between want versus need. And that's something that, with maturity, comes
mhm.
an understanding of the
Yep.
difference between want versus need. and
Mhm.
and this idea of basic human rights, that
Mhm.
term is thrown around so much nowadays, and
Yep.
everything that you can name is a basic human right to somebody. It's like, no, actually they're not rights.
Yep.
That's,
Mhm.
we need to define our terms, you know
Yep.
and mature up a little bit in our thinking, because
Mhm.
it's like we're um, back to where need versus want. No, those
Mhm.
are wants, they're not needs. Those are
Exactly. Yep.
privileges. Those are,
Yep.
you know, it's just like, that very small difference.
Mhm.
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
Exactly.
No, you're not
Exactly.
promised happiness. You don't get to have happiness. You get to pursue happiness.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 But I don't know. The problem with these people is that they don't know what it's like to do without. They don't know. I mean, like people like
Mhm.
us, we're old enough to know what it's like to do without, even though some of us may or may not have, been without. I mean, I've certainly lived a good life most of my life, but it's only, recently, about 5, 6 years ago, that, what I realized I took for granted is suddenly could be lost, and
Mhm.
it wakes you up. If you can't wake up to it, then I don't know. You know, it's when I have these conversations with people. Most of these people that I have, like people outside who are not conservatives, they're more like left leaning, like
Mhm.
people who, let's say, left leaning people. Let's say what they have in common is they may own a firearm for defense, but they don't believe in having a gun, but they have one for the sake of their family's defense. You know what I'm saying? Because they
Right.
at least recognize to some degree that it is an effective tool to protect their family.
Mhm.
And I've actually been able to use the gun control argument, and I don't lie to them. I give them the facts, and they either do the research or they don't. You know, and I've show them, look, why is it the Democrats don't want red flag laws to apply to criminals and known convicted felons? Why is it that they want to make it easy for a liberal, especially if a liberal judge signs that warrant? They want to make it easy to have police to seize your firearms.
Right.
When you've done nothing wrong or you have no medical history of mental illness.
Mhm.
I mean, these are things that get through to them sometimes, and they start questioning some of the things, and hopefully it leads to an awakening. But
Right. Well,
it's
that's
hard.
the thing. It's about the questions, and I've said this so many times over the past several months as I've spoken to people about this,
Mhm,
because really, I was red pilled actually pretty recently. I mean, it's only been in the last year,
mhm.
and um, and there's um, sorry, I totally lost my train of thought again.
It's all good. It's all
What was I even saying?
good.
Oh, because I have okay. I might
Mhm,
get back to that. I wanted also to say on Six String Gunner's comment. I'm so sorry, guys. It just totally went out of my brain. But um, him saying that he has 8 drivers employed. You should see the healthcare premiums I shell out monthly. And that's the thing, is that it's about
mhm,
this emotional um, it's this emotional argument. It's a lack of logic. It's this, we are the compassionate ones. That's why we want healthcare for everyone. We're compassionate. That's why we want a living wage for everyone. So let's, just shoot the minimum wage through the roof, right? And
mhm.
and it's not taking into, I look at that and I go, how is that compassionate when you're going to be putting people out of work? How
Yeah,
is that
yeah,
compassionate, when people are gonna be losing their jobs because people like Six String Gunner can't afford to keep paying all these stupid premiums and then keep raising, minimum wage amounts and all this stuff. So you
mhm,
have to make choices, you make cuts, and
yeah,
sometimes those are cuts in human resources, right?
yeah, yeah,
And and then so so how is that compassionate? How is that loving? How is that helping out,
yeah,
mankind, by
yeah,
putting people out of work?
yeah,
There
yeah,
has to be logic. There has to be consideration for facts. There has to
yeah,
be um, a thought process that follows through to the end result. And is
mhm,
that still compassionate? Can you still say that end result is compassionate? You know,
yeah,
and I don't know.
mhm,
It's like this part of the problem is, again, this delusional thinking,
mhm,
because this idea that Six String Gunner as an employer, well, he just has. I'm sorry, hold on. I My McAfee just popped up on my screen.
mhm,
Like, oh, we can just keep have him paying out right? Because of course he just has money growing on trees, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he could just keep paying out. It shouldn't be a problem. And it's his
Yeah.
he's the big bad meanie if he is then, laying people off because,
Mhm.
the revenue doesn't support now all of the expenses that are
Yeah.
he's now required to pay.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
it's
speaking for you, six string.
yeah. Because you have to give the minimum, like, let's say the minimum wage in some states is like 8.50, right, or $10, right? You don't. I mean, granted, wages haven't gone up in a long time. I get that. I understand that, but you have to raise it so it can adjust to the market, so it can adjust to inflation, so it can adjust to, there's so many things that have to factor into raising minimum wage. I mean, you have to give the markets time to adjust to it. You can't just, shoot it up there to $15 an hour, like you were saying. You have to give things time to adapt,
Well, but the thing is too is that you also have to consider the fact that minimum wage jobs are not supposed to be living wage jobs.
Yeah,
The
that's
idea
true too.
is,
Hmm.
if I'm working at McDonald's and I'm not putting anything down, but the idea
Hmm.
is, no, I need to be desiring more. Now, even if it's, becoming a manager at
Hmm.
McDonald's or whatever, right?
Hmm.
It's that push to do more, right?
Hmm.
So someone who is working a register
Hmm.
at McDonald's should not be being paid the same as someone who, so many things you can fill in the blanks, right?
Yeah.
Um, uh, I don't know what six string gunner does, right? But someone
Hmm.
who's um, driving a truck and gone from his or her family for a week at a time or whatever, or someone who
Hmm.
I just got um, sidetracked, but it's that idea that this shouldn't be what you achieve to do, right?
Hmm.
This is
Yeah.
not a job that you sit there and raise a family on or support a
Hmm.
family on.
Yeah.
Um, so so there's a certain aspect where that socialism, that idea of socialism comes into that, that minimum wage argument, and
Yeah.
this idea that we need to be giving as much to them as we are to others, right?
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
again, you know, amount of skill, I mean, like an
Hmm.
electrician has skills
Yeah.
that should be paid in a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Um, six string, I'm just going to say he's of his company by adding 3 more drivers, but he doesn't want to run the numbers tight. Right. So,
Mhm.
you run the risk of at the littlest bump, then what happens? Oh, now I have to pull back, right?
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
like six string. If I'm misinterpreting or misrepresenting, let me know. But that's the idea, right?
Hmm.
It's that um, you need to have that excess to be able to grow. You need to have that excess to be able to invest, whether it's human resources or otherwise, right? 3 more
Hmm.
drivers eventually means 3 more trucks. Six
Yeah.
string, I'm just throwing that out there, right? Trucks, maybe, whatever vehicle they're driving. um,
Hmm.
but then what happens when there's a little bump in the economy? If you don't have any room, then, now you're laying people off,
Hmm.
now you're now you're hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's, in like, what is it too? Like, many of these millennials, especially the younger generation, have no idea how like business is. Some of them you talk to, it's like, they say, well, a CEO should not be paid $5 or $6 million, annual salary. Well, let's look at that analysis, right? If that's
I
what
love this one.
yeah, I mean, if the CEO is bringing in the money and helping that company grow, well,
Mhm.
and then he's in a position to then he or she is in a position to negotiate what their payment is going to be for their services and their knowledge of running that company. Companies spend millions. It's like, for example, let's look at the Impossible Whopper, right?
Oh,
Burger King probably spent a few $1,000,000, maybe maybe a few 100,000, who knows? They had some test stores, they sent it out, it
mhm,
was a hit, so bam, they spread it out to the market. They have a budget for it, and the sales have to meet the budget or exceed the budget, so they can, continue to operate and meet the, supply and demand. Companies spend millions trying to see what's trending in the market, to see what there's a demand for.
mhm,
Companies have to set aside millions of dollars for potential lawsuits. They have to set aside, so much money for how much their employees' benefits are going to cost.
mhm.
They don't. It's like, that thing with Bernie Sanders. He almost got unionized because of
Right.
not paying his people a $15 minimum wage. You
Yeah.
know, and that probably woke some of them up. Well, I don't know how many of them, but maybe one or two got woke up.
Mhm. Well, that
And
idea of having to pull back on positions. We've got to
yeah,
lay some people off because we've got to pay this higher amount, you
yeah,
know? And that's the thing with the CEOs that you're talking about. My feeling on it has always been, CEOs, as much as anybody wants to talk about this, there's two things to me that make an impact. Is one is, you're right. If they're bringing in the money for the company,
mhm,
and that money is what's employing so many other people, right? They are allowing so many other people to make a wage, to make a living wage in a lot of cases.
mhm,
There's a tremendous amount of pressure and responsibility on a CEO, um,
mhm,
because they have all of those. It's not just the employees themselves, but it's their as well.
mhm.
And a lot of them, yes, there are some evil people out there,
Oh yeah.
absolutely,
Mhm,
right? But, you know, a lot of them feel that. They know the responsibility that lies on their shoulders, and
mhm,
they don't want to be in a position of failing, because they're not just failing themselves. It's not just about them and their families. It's about hundreds or thousands sometimes of people. And
yeah.
and then, the other thing is the amount that they work. We're not
Mhm,
talking about, you can sit there and say, oh, well, and compare myself in my minimum wage job to,
mhm.
oh, that horrible CEO. Yeah, well, that CEO is working 80, 90 hours a week,
Yeah.
or more. They're away from their family. How much are they
Mhm,
sacrificing? Holidays. Yeah, you go and spend that with your family, but you know what? They're working right now.
yeah.
Sleep, you know,
Mhm,
um, every part of their lives is about making the most efficient time. They have a driver. Why do they have a driver? Because they can't not be working long enough
yeah.
to drive themselves,
Mhm,
in traffic or whatever. Um,
yeah.
so I just don't buy that automatic hate, or
Yeah.
disapproval or whatever
Mhm,
of the CEO of a company.
mhm,
Again, there are evil people
mhm,
out there, absolutely,
mhm,
but simply because someone is wealthy, simply because someone makes a lot, simply because someone is
mhm.
in a position of power, doesn't innately make them horrible. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, and this is something I know never has gotten talked about, like back when the 2008, whatever you want to call it, Great Recession,
Mhm,
Second Great Depression, the crash of 2008, which was engineered by the Equal Housing Lending Act and other factors.
mhm,
Um, I think that too also created an even bigger hatred of capitalism among the left, because you had CEOs. Now, I mean, they had every right to do it because they paid back what they were supposed to pay back, so they could do what they were doing. If they met all the requirements of the paybacks, then they were allowed to do it. You know, when all these CEOs were paying off the government, and then they went back to their big bonuses and all that. Well, you know, if they did what they were supposed to do, and the government cleared them of their debt and gave them the okay to, you know, do that, well, they have a right to do that. You know.
Well, and the other thing that happened in that situation that a lot of people don't talk about is the fact that it was the government who failed. I mean, a big part of why there was failure is because there were loans that were made that should not have been made.
Yeah,
These
and it was
high risk
intentional.
loans. And
Mhm.
I actually worked with mortgages at the time, right? You'd have higher risk loans, right?
Mhm.
And but there were loans that were being made that shouldn't have been made, but the government was coming in and saying, you need to make these loans,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
Mhm.
so people can look at the CEOs or the bankers or whatever. And I mean,
Mhm.
I know that's a whole other, topic, and I
Mhm.
don't negate any of that. But
Mhm.
in this regard, for this topic, um, when the government it has certain requirements that they're putting on the banks that they have to
Mhm.
make certain loans,
Mhm.
and then those loans end up backfiring
Mhm.
and it causes a real issue. Then you can't sit there and go, oh, well, those banks shouldn't have done that.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, but they were under certain restrictions or guidelines or
Mhm.
requirements, I should say,
Mhm.
by the government. So I mean, it goes back in that regard
Mhm.
to the government.
Mhm.
Um,
Well, those loans that the banks were doing, they were specifically targeted to people who could not pay those loans back.
right.
That was one of the things that they did to try and crash the economy. But these globalists have made so many mistakes, and they've exposed themselves through their mistakes. You know that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's. I just don't understand. You know, it's amazing how. Here's the thing. You know, like the left, a lot of the left are book smart. Book smart is not the same as being wise and having the wisdom to see what is folly in the long run. They don't have that wisdom. They don't.
Mm,
They threw wisdom out the door a long time ago. They don't even teach ethics in these colleges. You know, ethics for, I mean, you have I don't know. It's like, you have a college professor who is a socialist, right? And they're spewing anti-capitalist rhetoric. Well, guess what? That professor isn't going to have that cushy job in a socialist environment. They
mhm.
will only have that in a capitalist environment. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, some of these people
It's
make like,
all theoretical. It's all theoretical, and it's not
yeah,
actually paying attention to because you can look at it. I mean, very recently we have Venezuela as a very recent example. It's not
yeah,
even about looking back 50 years and looking back 10 years in history and
hmm,
and what has happened over the last 10 years of I mean, if you look at Venezuela 10 years ago, right?
yeah,
So I, but there's just a complete denial of what that is, and that's the problem. Is it it's a twisting of facts, and it's a complete denial and or an unwillingness to consider. And again, that's what I was saying, is that I don't claim to have all the answers.
hmm,
There's a lot that I don't know for sure,
hmm,
but I've seen enough to say, wait a minute, there are enough questions here, right?
hmm.
So you look at something like the transgender movement. I know I'm kind of jumping ship here a little bit, but
No,
the,
it's
tr-
fine.
the transgender movement, and you look at the suicide rates amongst
Hmm.
the trans
Yeah,
community,
hmm,
and that's a horrible thing.
yeah,
And and what they're unwilling to look at is it possible that they are committing suicide at these ridiculous rates because
hmm,
going through this, achieving what they wanted to achieve, and becoming a trans person did
Mhm.
not fix the problem. It did not heal what was wrong with them and what was causing them to um, be unhappy or whatever, right? They're
Yeah.
unwilling to look at that. They keep pointing back to, oh no, it's societal issues. It's because they're not accepted enough. It's because this. But the problem is that excuse is going away with as quickly as our culture is changing, with as
Mhm.
quickly as this level of acceptance
Mhm.
is happening for the trans community. How much longer are they going to have that excuse? And
Yep.
yet the suicide rates, I don't believe, will actually be greatly reduced.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw that town hall meeting that CNN had spoken about, or they had. I caught part of it on ABL, but they were talking about like the person. You know, they said they were an extraordinary trans person. They were talking about the suicide rates. Like Don Lemon didn't even want to give her the time of day. She didn't even want to give her. You know, he didn't even want to. If you look at him and you look at his face, he didn't even want to be bothered with that person. You know, and
Mhm.
these are the people that people like Don Lemon claim to champion, but yet they don't give them the
Right.
time of day to let them talk. You know.
Or the compassionate left. Well,
Yeah.
what about these suicides?
Yeah.
If it doesn't
Yeah.
fit into the narrative, if it doesn't fit the agenda, I mean, this has happened so often, right? You could look back at, when Bill Clinton was president, when
Mhm.
all of these people were coming out, all of these women were coming out,
Mhm.
saying, hey, he raped me. Hey, he, molested me,
Mhm.
or he assaulted me, or whatever.
Mhm.
There are all these things that were coming out, and what happened is you
Mhm.
had that culture of, let's go after the woman, right?
Mhm.
And it just depends on who it is, right? Because otherwise it's, oh, we've got to believe him. Kavanaugh, you know,
Mhm.
we've got to believe him. 20
Yep.
years ago, 30 years ago, something happened, or what was that thing that just came out? Was it
Oh,
Kavanaugh again? Was what was the one that just came out where even the person who was supposedly the victim said, I don't know what's happening. I have no
I
recollection of
don't
that
remember.
happening.
Yeah, I don't
And
remember.
so it was a guy that came out and
Mhm.
was, who was that against? Was that Kavanaugh again? Anyway,
Mhm.
it's driving me nuts.
Mhm.
Came out and said, oh, I was at this party where this assault took place,
Mhm.
20 years ago or whatever, when we were in college, right? And
Mhm.
the woman who was the supposed recipient of the assault, the victim, came out and
Mhm.
said, I don't remember that happening,
Yeah.
you know, but
Mhm.
that's not, I mean, in today's world, unless it fits that um, leftist agenda, then it doesn't work. I talked in another video about this whole with the feminine hygiene products and having
Mhm.
the Venus symbol, the women's symbol on
Mhm.
there, and this idea of the trans community coming out on Twitter
Mhm.
and to the Always company and saying, hey, this isn't good and you need to fix this, right? And so they're
Mhm.
changing that. But then what happens? The feminists come out and say, wait a minute, you take that away, you're taking away everything that we have fought for as feminists. It's like you're
Mhm.
erasing the female gender.
Mhm.
And so the feminist movement, that was the agenda for forever, right?
Yeah.
But now you have the trans movement that is the agenda, and what's happening to the feminists?
Yeah. They're
They're,
getting
they're
pushed aside.
yeah, and so it that should speak volumes to people, because if you truly believe, you're going to believe it today and you're going to believe it tomorrow, right?
Mhm.
It's not going to be dependent on the direction of the wind, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so people should see that. and that question has been asked a lot. If you're willing to let the House Dems shut down in all of these ways, shut down the Republicans, yeah, you might be excited about that because they're fighting for what you want them to fight for right now. But then you support that, and what happens when they're not fighting for what you want them to fight for? What happens when they're fighting against you?
Yeah.
And they're using those same tactics. So you're saying, oh yeah, it's okay now that they're doing these things. But if it's not okay that they do that to you, then rethink that. You
Yeah.
know,
Well, it's like, look at all these transgender athletes that are competing in women's events.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah.
where's the liberal feminist outcry for this? There is none. It's like, there was that one, what was it, the track and field, I mean, you have a lot of these, you have a lot of these women that have trained for this event all of their lives. And then all of a sudden here comes,
Mhm.
this transgender athlete, she, beats everybody's record. And I'm like, it's, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And, but it doesn't fit the narrative. It's like that lawyer, Deborah Katz, who, she's over the LGBT, but yeah, she defends Bill Clinton against, the ones who accuse her. But, she too has handlers and she does what her handlers tell her to do.
Mhm.
I mean, the power, the fact that these globalists have as much power as they do, and the fact that this 3% actually have this kind of muscle behind them, and the globalists, should alarm a lot of people. It should alarm more people than what seem to be. It's like what Bill was saying. People, are either going to wake up or they're just going to, willfully ignorant, either willful ignorance, or they just want to feel good about themselves for the moment,
Mhm.
and it just, they're gonna pull people. I'd be more worried about a civil war breaking out than socialism ever becoming implemented in this country. And people are saying it won't happen. It won't happen. Well, if things get bad enough, yes, it will happen. I mean, and that's something we got to try to desperately avoid.
Well, and that's the thing, though. Again, it kind of goes back to that idea of where is the line, right?
Mhm.
And I'm a little bit I mean, as much as I would not want a civil war, obviously, the
Mhm.
reality is I I would like to know that we are strong enough to have a civil war, that we aren't going to just lay down because everything that we've seen so far, we've given and given and given and given.
Yeah.
So at what point when they come for our guns? Because the reality is, I mean, yeah, there are a couple out there who are kind of speaking in very sweeping ways, right?
Mhm.
And if someone were to come out and say, "Oh yeah, absolutely, we're coming and we're going to come and collect all the guns right now. Nobody gets
Mhm.
guns," then yeah, you would have like this major uprising.
Yeah.
But what happens when it's, oh well, they're gonna outlaw ARs in this state.
Mhm.
Oh, they're gonna outlaw this kind of ammunition in that state.
Mhm.
Oh, they're going to. So it's this nitpicking, right? It's this inch
Mhm.
by inch. What happens when that happens? And
Yeah.
so because it's that next step and next step and next step, they're not going to take away our guns all at once.
No.
It's going to
No.
be piece by, it already is, right? They've already started that process, right? Piece by piece by piece.
Yeah.
So when do we stand up? Are we strong enough to stand up and say, this is where my line is? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Mhm.
And I think that we are being poised for that. Like you said, the right has not been organized like they are now. And
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to use Republican, Democrat, right, left because like you, and Bill were talking about
Lines
earlier.
are being drawn. I mean, it's I mean, it's like I was saying earlier. You have a lot of left-leaning people, like the moderate Democrats, the more corporate, people who, though the everyday people like us who are the corporate Democrats that vote for moderates that try to bring business and try to bring jobs. They're kind of find their fight on our side. I mean, I have a lot of conservative views, but I have a lot of left-leaning views too. But I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote my values if my country's destroyed. I mean, like let's say for example, the same-sex marriage. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. People want to marry who they want to marry. That's their business because again, it's in our constitution to pursue happiness, and it's that person's right. If it makes them feel happy to marry the person they're with, well, by all means do it. Because again, it's a constitutional right for them to pursue happiness. So in a way, they have that right to pursue that. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and vote for a politician who is controlled by, number one, by a left-wing group that advocates for open borders, socialism, and I sure as hell I'm not going to back a candidate that has George Soros's name written all over him or her, because we already know where that candidate's going to stand if you mention the name George Soros or ties to George Soros.
Mhm.
I mean, I know people in the LGBT who are very conservative simply because they don't like the fact that many on the left have aligned with radical Islamic extremists,
Right.
and because they know, I mean, you've never really seen a Christian throw an someone of the LGBT off a roof. I mean, most of the time, and most of the time the Christians said, well, you're just, you're going to the bad place because of your sins. And that's something I wish they'd stop doing because it doesn't help. And number two, I'm sorry, Mel, I'm not trying to talk I mean, I believe in God. I ain't been to church in years for
Mhm.
many, for my own reasons,
Mhm.
but it's like when someone comes up to me and says, oh, I'm saved, I'm going to heaven. Well, how do you know that? How do you know? I mean, did God come and tell you you're going to heaven? Well, I don't know, but it's kind of silly for me to think I'm going somewhere I may or may not be going simply because I believe in something that, while I understand, they hold it dear, and it's not to badmouth those people. It's just silly to think that you're going to heaven because you think you've lived a virtuous life. I mean,
Mhm.
again, I'm not trying to knock anybody, who is religious, but you know, it's
Well,
kind of very, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna, I mean, there's so much I'd like to respond to there. Um, I think, first of all, going back to what you were saying originally,
Mhm.
I think that you have to have relationship to be able to
Mhm.
speak into someone's life. And
Yeah.
so if your views are different from mine, if
Mhm.
you, let's say, using your example, I believe that you are going to the bad place,
Mhm.
then if I love you, which is what I'm
Mhm.
supposed to do, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
If I love you and I want you to not go to the bad place, right? That's
Mhm.
gotta be my desire for you. Then telling you, hey, you're going to the bad place. I don't have a relationship with you to do that. I need to build
Mhm.
relationship with you, and I
Mhm.
need to show love in many ways that I do care
Mhm.
about you. Now, I'm not saying that I need to accept a certain behavior
Mhm.
or cheer on or support a certain behavior,
Mhm.
but I can love a person
Mhm.
without loving what they're doing.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
can tell someone, hey, I don't agree with that piece,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. Mhm.
But I don't have to attack them, right? But I can be honest because that's important too. Is
Yeah.
I would not want to pretend like I
Mhm.
was supportive of something that I wasn't
Mhm.
supportive of something, right? I
Yeah.
mean, honestly,
Mhm.
it's the same thing as, I mean, by using that, I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, hey, I support the fact that you rob banks, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
No, I don't support that, but I can still love you and
Mhm.
and build relationship with you. And only once I have relationship with someone can I truly speak into their lives. And I mean, you can make sweeping statements or you can make general statements about God or
Yeah.
um,
Mhm.
a certain faith values,
Mhm.
but to be able to speak to someone about their life,
Mhm.
that only comes with relationship, with trust, with when you have proven that you actually care about that person and you
Exactly. Yeah.
want
Mhm.
the best for them because even if they disagree, they at least know that
Mhm.
you're doing it because you truly love them, not
Yeah.
because whatever, right? And so,
Mhm.
but I will say, and going back, so I'm gonna pick a
No,
little
go ahead. Go
a
ahead.
little
Yeah.
bone here. Um, I have a bone to pick with you. Okay, that's what it is.
No,
I
no,
met
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm fine. I'm good. Mhm.
so the only thing I would say about this idea of um, marriage, why not? Because if that's what makes them happy, because they can pursue happiness. Now, here's my problem with that. My problem
Mhm.
is that at some point we do have to draw that line. We have to say no because that's the same. We have a lot of the same arguments
Mhm.
being used for things like pedophilia.
Mhm.
Um, and so someone, hold on a second. I'm just gonna take James out. I think he's sleeping.
Oh,
Um,
oh, I thought he was still there.
no, I think he's night night.
Mhm.
um, so the thing is that's the thing is they'll use the same arguments to um to take that the step further to say
Mhm.
because that's in the 80s when the HIV AIDS
Mhm.
scare was happening when Ryan White was kind of made the poster child when really homosexuality came on the scene a lot more than
Mhm.
than it had been.
Mhm.
That idea was it's not a slippery slope. We're not talking about bestiality. Um, we're not talking about pedophilia. We're talking about just love. I
Mhm.
just want to love this other person. But
Mhm.
the problem is that I think, well, I think it is that slippery slope, and I think we have seen
Mhm.
that because with the trans movement and with pedophilia, it is very much being normalized right now. It
Yeah,
is very
especially in
much
California. Yeah.
right. Well, see, that's the thing is that um, what is being it's interesting because I think a lot of people um, look at this as it's happening in those places, right? And California gets blamed a lot, and I think
Yeah.
California should get blamed a lot.
Yeah.
But,
Mhm.
there was a thing just recently. Um, I think it was Austin,
Mhm.
but these Texas schools that were teaching a required teaching of anal sex.
Mhm.
Um, and so again, in the schools, why are we doing
Yeah.
this with our littles, right?
Yeah.
But um, but the with the pedophilia movement,
Mhm.
the same arguments that you heard from um, the homosexual movement in the 80s. It's about
Mhm.
love. It's two consenting people. There were these arguments that were made. Those are the same arguments that you're hearing now and with pedophilia. And they're even saying, with kids, well, the kids are consenting. And
Mhm.
you see in other places, like in medicine, I have kids and when I think it's 13, right?
Mhm.
In medicine, well, now we can start talking to your kid and leave you out of it, right? Or
Mhm.
schools being able to arrange abortions because they're,
Mhm.
these kids are mature enough to make these decisions, right? So we can't have kids, signing loans. We can't have
Mhm.
kids making legal agreements, but yet they can make life altering decisions about either their mental health or their physical health
Mhm.
without their parents' involvement. And all of
Mhm.
that is this push to bring um, to have people looking at kids kind of this age of consent, right? They're looking at lowering this age
Mhm.
of consent.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I know I'm kind of going on and on about this. I
No,
don't
no,
mean
no. It's okay. It's good. It's good. Go ahead. You're fine.
a lot, but I mean, that is my main concern is when we
Mhm.
start to say, or is when we, okay, something like gay marriage. Well,
Mhm.
you know, they're allowed the pursuit of happiness. Okay, but what happens when their pursuit of happiness is a 14-year-old
Mhm.
child, or when their
Yeah.
pursuit of happiness is a 6-year-old child, or
Mhm.
when their pursuit of happiness is marrying their dog, you know, or their
Mhm.
pursuit of happiness
Oh my
is,
God. Yeah.
well,
No, that.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean, though, because
Yeah.
again, you know, I don't want to be like outrageous, but
No,
you
no, no.
go
I
back
get it.
to the
Mhm.
80s, and that was the thing. Oh no, we're not talking about pedophilia, but they absolutely very much the we are right on the cusp of
Mhm.
pedophilia being
Mhm.
accepted. And you look at, I mean, it's already being accepted by some. You know, it's being taken out of, it's either taken out, did it get taken out? I need to look into that. Um,
Mhm.
taken out as a mental illness, right? Um,
Mhm.
we're now being taught tolerance. That's the other thing, right?
Mhm.
Tolerance, key words, right? Well,
Mhm.
now we need to be tolerant of those
Mhm.
who are MAPS, you know, minor
Mhm.
attracted persons.
Yeah.
Um, so it's just one of those things that
No, I get where you're coming from.
where
I
do we,
understand.
you know,
Mhm.
where do we draw those lines?
Yeah. Well, it's
So
like, right. I mean, they got their foot in the door with pedophilia the day they passed. You know, like in some states, you can, you know, if parents give consent to, like, say you have a 16-year-old daughter, and the parents give consent to marry, if like, I don't really understand fully how the law is, but like if you if a 16-year-old wants to marry somebody older than her, then the parents consent, well, then they can do it. So it's like they've already kind of got their foot in the door with that law in existence. Now in California, you have, what is
mhm.
it, drag queen story time,
Well, they have
and
that everywhere. They have that
yeah.
everywhere. I actually recently, um, I started researching it around here,
Hmm.
um, and it's everywhere, even
Yeah,
in
and
smaller.
do you remember that story too about the boy who, his mother, I guess, was pushing for him to become a transgender, and the father was fighting it tooth and nail. I don't know if he ever
Yeah,
succeeded. I don't know if he
it's
won or
Dave
not.
James. No, he's still he won a slight little battle in just recently, but
Mhm.
it was a matter of um so this was, I think, also in Austin, Texas. It was in
Mhm.
Texas as well. See, that's the thing is these ridiculous things. You know, we
Mhm.
want to look at California and say, "Oh, those Californians are crazy." And then we look at Texas as kind of being our beacon of hope, right? Because,
Yeah.
oh, they're so
Mhm.
conservative. But there are areas that are not, like some of the bigger cities like Austin, and that Save James, that's one you're thinking of. And
Mhm.
so his dad um, recently got the right, I think it was joint decision making on
Mhm.
some of the medical decisions. Now, I could be mixing that up a little bit,
Mhm.
um, but he did win a slight um, victory recently, but um, it wasn't overwhelming, and
Mhm.
there's still a huge fight ahead of him.
I
But yeah,
you know I kind of.
she,
Mhm.
sorry.
No, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I was just, mom started telling him at age 3. He's
Mhm.
one of 2 twin boys, and at age
Mhm.
3, he's being told he's a girl.
I think sometimes when I read that story, I kind of wonder. I mean, I don't know, but if when I read that story, I kind of think it's like she's doing it to piss him off, to make him mad. It's like she's literally using the boy to make him mad. I mean, for whatever grudge she has against him. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their reason for separating was, but it's
Well,
almost.
see, that's the thing, is that all this started happening actually prior to them divorcing. I actually, I listened to an interview, or a couple of interviews he was on, and I actually thought, man, dude, divorcing was probably the worst thing that you could do, because at that point he took himself out of a sphere of influence that he had over his son's life.
Mhm.
But because what he was like, what he was doing was, oh man, this lady's crazy. I'm out of
Mhm.
here, kind of thing. Which, okay, I don't disagree with. She obviously does have issues, but um, but he would have been in a better position to fight for his kid if he
Yeah.
had stayed married.
hmm the family life is not what it used to be, and I don't know if it'll ever go back to being what it was. I mean, I mean, these globalists have done so much damage to our,
Yeah,
to culture, and to just what the traditional American values are. I mean, they've just.
it's true.
um, I mean, I get where you're coming from, Mel. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. I mean, I agree. I look at things. I look at things with an open mind, and you're very right in a lot of what you're saying. And in fact, in a lot of what you're saying, you're right. And these globalists know that the children, they're trying to, they're trying to basically bully the children into accepting this kind of a lifestyle, into this kind of um way of thinking, and that's kind of the idea behind drag queen story time. They get the kids afraid of it, and it's like the kid, it's kind of like that fear of clowns. I'm sure you
Mm,
know about that.
mhm.
I mean, it's like, the kids are afraid of clowns. You know, um, and it's like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm making the wrong kind of comparison, but
Well, it's
you
a
know.
huge. Sorry. Go ahead.
Mhm. Oh, no, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I apologize.
No, it's all good. It's like they expose these kids to this at an early age, and
Mhm,
then the kids are kind of wondering, they're I guess they're confused at what they see, what their parents tell them.
mhm.
They don't fully understand what it is they're seeing. They don't fully understand what it is they're supposed to be paying attention to. And these globalists are they're I mean, you literally have parents now having their kids taken away from them simply because a kid doesn't want to, they want to be a transgender, the parents don't want them to, and then they're
Mhm.
having their kids taken away. you know
Right.
I mean.
When it's being fed to them, and a parent worth their salt is going to understand the child does not have the cognitive ability to understand the
Mhm.
lifelong alteration and decision that they're making. And the thing is that if this is something that is truly what they need to be doing, I actually don't agree with that. But if this is something that they truly need to be doing, they don't need to do it at 6 years old. They don't need to do it where they start chemically castrating them at 8 years old. You know,
Mhm.
they can wait. They can
Mhm.
wait until they're 20 and make that decision and still be able to do it, right?
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
they have a better ability to make a lifelong decision that will alter them. And really, even that James case that you were talking about, one of the things that dad was talking about, was, if you look um, other cases, and there's
Mhm.
at this point there's only really a couple at this point, where they chemically castrated a child that young, that early, because 8 years old, I believe, is what he was saying. That was his big fight. I think the child is 7 now, but the big fight was at 8 years old, they'd be able to start giving him medicine that would chemically castrate him and make his male parts stop growing, right? And what he said was what they've seen in another case is that what that does is that they actually stop them from being able to fully transition anyway, because there's not enough skin left to then form a a male's genitals.
Yeah.
And so even with what they're doing this early on, they're really stopping them from being able to do what they're saying they would want them to be able to do,
Yeah.
right? Um, and it's all about getting them, before really they have that opportunity to make um, well-informed decisions. And it's an emotional manipulation as well, because they have, like with this James case, it's his mom. Well, of course he's going to love his mom. I mean, even children who are abused, who are physically hit by their parents, they love their parents. You know, they don't like being hit by them, but they still love their parents. You're taking, or you put them in a position where, their teachers or whatever are telling them, well, we teach our kids to kind of revere, teachers, that teachers know what they're doing. You should listen to the teacher. Teachers are so smart and all this stuff, right? So they love their teachers, they love their parents. So it's also playing, hey, Jeff, here, I'll, um, uh, it's also playing on their emotions. It's this emotional manipulation, um, because kids have this amazing love, right? For those who have, who feed them and love them and protect them and all this, right?
Yeah.
Protect them. And so to influence them to make these lifelong changes, they don't have the maturity, the cognitive ability to make those decisions, but they have these people who they love that are leading them this way, whether it be the school system, whether it
Yeah.
be their parents or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like, what's it? Desmond is amazing. It's like,
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
that is, I mean, you don't hear much about it anymore, but, the parents obviously are exploiting their child for money, I
Absolutely.
mean, and it's disgusting. It's really disgusting that, but then again, this is California we're talking about, I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know
this-
if that's that. There's not enough conservatives in that state to turn it red again. And with all the voter fraud, even all that even all the work Judicial Watch did uncovering all that voter fraud, how long is it going to take for them to clean it up? And the only way you're going to stop all this nonsense is to get a Republican candidate, a conservative. Well, let me. I won't even say Republican. I'll just say a conservative politician in there to clean it up.
that's the thing. You have to have people who want to clean it up.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it's,
But see,
mhm.
oh, sorry.
Oh,
Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say again, as much as California is whacked out and has so many issues, the reality is it's not just California. Um,
Mhm,
the Desmond is amazing. There was another one. I did a video um, a few weeks ago now, where I showed yeah, I had seen it on Twitter. It was this image of this little this drag boy who was
mhm,
posing, and kind of had his hand on the arm of this adult male drag queen, and the adult drag queen was naked except for this little patch that covered his business, you know.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, why is that okay? Why is it
Yeah.
okay for this little kid to be posing with this adult man who's naked?
Mhm.
You know, that I don't get it. And I was so frustrated because in the article the mom was saying that you know, the article was saying how the mom did not have problems with the boy, eh, like
Mhm.
dresses and outfits that were a little bit more um, uh, sexual, a little bit more revealing, whatever, however you want to say that.
Yeah.
And she was her reason for that was, well, you know, if something makes him feel pretty, then who am I to stand in his way? Who am I to say no? And
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
read through, you know, the
Mhm.
article and strangle her. I'm like, who are you? You're his mom,
Yeah.
actually. You're the one that's supposed to protect him. You're the one that's supposed to tell him when things, you know, what things to not do, right? Oh, it's a
Mhm.
hot fire. Who am I? You know, and he wants to touch it. Who am I to tell him he
Mhm.
shouldn't?
Yeah.
Well, you're his mom. You know, it's your job
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
protect him. So, you know, who am I to
Mhm.
say that he should not be posing with this this naked adult man?
Mhm.
It, it just, it baffles the mind. It just
Yeah.
baffles.
It does. Yeah. Well, it's like that one, what was it? I think it was last year or a couple of years ago that the British nanny that said that, well, you need to ask your baby's consent if, you know, what is it, change the nappy and to change, you know, can we, you know, can, I'm like, how do you ask a baby permission when the baby's crying, you know, when the baby's crying because its diaper's dirty? Yeah, they want to be changed, you know.
Or
it's it
when the baby's crying bloody murder because its butt has all these blisters on it from you not changing its diaper.
Yeah.
No, a baby doesn't know that if that diaper doesn't get changed, then
Hmm.
I'm going to have medical issues.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, yeah.
oh my
It
gosh.
Yeah. No, it's there's a lot of insanity on the left right now. You know, I mean, there's just a lot of this. I mean, the left is they think the Twilight Zone is reality. If you ever watch Tim Pool, you
Mhm.
know, it's funny because he has a lot of right wing talking points, but it's like he tries to find that if you watch him half the time, it's usually 75% right wing talking points, and then there's maybe that 25% of left wing talking points that has some facts behind it. Note that I say some facts.
Mhm.
You know,
I mean, I
but
like him because you know, I like him because
mm,
he is left leaning. Will say that, and um, I actually laugh a little bit because I think it drives him crazy that he has to um, agree with the right on so many things right now.
yeah,
Um, but I appreciate and I respect the fact that he's willing to think logically, that he is
yeah,
willing
hmm,
to use reason, that he's willing to be able to see when a fact is a fact, you know?
yeah, yeah,
And so, as much as, and he will say, I don't support Trump, I don't like Trump. However, the Democrats are totally blowing it right now with this impeachment stuff. The Democrats are
Yeah.
totally blowing, their reelection opportunities or their election opportunities. And he gets frustrated because I know he wants better for the left, but he can't. I actually keep thinking, when, dude, are you going to wake up and just go, you know what? I gotta give it up. I've got to, switch sides because,
Yeah.
the left has departed from him.
Yeah.
you
I
know?
mean, they, independent. The interesting thing is that independent is one of the largest voting base in this country. It is because so many people have different views on certain things, But I think a vast majority of independents favor a free market capitalist society, and many of them probably believe in the rights, the individual's right to choose. Again, that's depending on what that is. And don't get me wrong, I get everything you're saying, and I understand, and I agree with a lot of it. I just don't know where you draw that. I mean, obviously we know where the line is drawn, but the question is, do people have the courage to draw that line and say, look, you're not crossing this line?
That's what I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder that too, because the conservatives, I don't blame the conservatives for being sick and tired of negotiating their rights away, because why do we always have to go left, left, left? Why can't we go right for a change? And they're tired of it, and I don't blame them. I mean, it's getting to the point where now even I find my fight more on a conservative side, because of the insanity. I mean, I've always been an independent. I've always been an independent. I'm sorry, I know we've been going out long time. But no, it's been great. It's been really good. I've always been an independent, and I've always voted based on what I feel is right, not my feelings. I don't vote my feelings. I vote for common sense, for common sense people that are aligning with my views, for lower taxes, creating growth, creating jobs, creating GDP, people who are going to have a strong stance on foreign policy, not this, well, I'm going to vote my feelings and it's going to make me feel better. I don't get into that. A lot of people ask me, how come I don't vote, as people, one of my buddies asked me, how come you support Ron DeSantis, but you don't vote Gillum? And I said, okay, well, would you have voted Ben Carson had he gotten the nomination? And the first thing he says out of his mouth is, well, no, because Ben Carson isn't qualified. Well, I didn't feel Andrew Gillum was qualified either. I don't care about the race. I care about what their policies are, I mean, and the thing I was saying last time too was, these conservatives who stay home and don't go out to vote, all they're doing is helping, the globalist elite by staying home and throwing a fit, or voting for Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse gets more votes than any other.
Right. I mean, that's the thing, is that your indecision or your lack of a vote is a vote,
Yeah.
So really quickly, I want to catch up with these two, because Six String is saying too many households with no father, and absolutely, but again, I think all that was by design. The destruction of the family was by design, and the feminist movement was a big part of that. And the feminist movement, it was women lying to women, saying that you're not good enough, you're not, what your contributions aren't good enough. It was a lie. It was a lie to say that staying home and taking care of your family, that raising up the next generation, was not as much of a contribution. They lied by saying that just because we had different roles, just because we had, we played different parts, that one or the other was not equal. It's not about that. We need all of that. And then Jeff is saying he's an independent, but he votes Republican. Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing is and it's funny because there's a radio talk show host, Michael Medved, who used to always say um, that by voting independent itself, you were throwing away your vote, because in the system that we have now, uh,
Mhm.
it's going to be the Democrats or the Republicans, and so
Yeah.
an independent vote is throwing your vote away. Though he wasn't disagreeing with the independent voter, right?
Mhm.
He wasn't necessarily
Mhm.
disagreeing with the opinions or the stances, just
Mhm.
that in our system, the way it works is that it's going to be either a Democrat or Republican. And I
Yeah.
don't know, maybe that is changing as we go, but I think there's an aspect to that to think about. Um,
Mhm.
and then Six String said, "That's a great point. Why are we always expected to move to the left?" You made that point that we're always moving to the left, and it is interesting. I think that's one of the things that makes Trump and this time in history for Trump so effective. We have for the longest time, when Democrats get into office, they say, "Hey, we were voted in for the policies that we want to do, that we ran on, and so we're going to go," right? But then
Mhm.
when Republicans are voted in, Democrats say, "Hey, you guys need to be, this needs to be bipartisan. You guys need to work, this needs to be about unity and pulling our country together, and you need to work with us," right?
Yeah. Mhm.
And and um, and up until Trump, you have seen time and time again us always bend to that. And I mean, I think of Bush and Bush working with Kennedy, right,
Mhm.
on No Child Left Behind, right?
Yep.
So
Mhm.
Now, granted, there's the whole globalist and all that stuff that I now understand more about Bush, um, that explains some of that, right?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it's that idea of, oh no, we need to be working with them, which just means that we are allowing the people who weren't voted into the majority, who didn't get the executive branch,
Mhm.
we're allowing them to have a bigger say than what the voters actually voted for.
Yep.
Um, I don't know.
Mhm.
It's my thought at
Oh,
2:30 in the morning.
yeah. Well, I mean, the voters they made their voices heard in 2010 when Democrats lost over 1,000 seats, and then they made their voices heard again in 2016 when they voted Trump. I mean,
Right.
people, the left, you know, the right right now. It's sad that it took this long for the right to get more organized, but I think they, you know, with sites like Parler getting active, it's kind of it's growing. It's slowly, but it's growing. You know, um, we kind of have our place now where we can, um, get our message out. I mean, although Parler's mostly, I mean, there's a lot of news articles, but you'll see a lot of memes on Parler too.
Mhm.
But the memes reflect how people feel and how people are thinking,
Mhm.
with what's going on, and a lot of times you have the what is it the you got all you're going to have these paid Soros trolls come in and write stupid things on your wall. And I mean, I've encountered a couple of trolls over there myself. I wouldn't be surprised if they followed me from YouTube over there. But it's I put out a post one time, and it was literally, I mean, it was echoed a few times, but it was back when I had a smaller base, where I literally asked the people of Parler, "Hey, look, are you going to sell this platform to a left wing, company that is going to ban conservatives?" And I never got a response, but I did get some echoes, right?
Hmm.
Now I was thinking about maybe reposting it again because even though it's a great platform, but we got to know where do the creators stand with this? I mean, are they
Hmm.
just going to sell it? I mean, I don't think they are, but you know, the globalist media and the propaganda machine that is, Twitter and mainstream media, they're going to do everything in their power to shut us up. They don't want us talking. So they
Hmm.
may even go through great lengths to acquire something like Parler, and somebody like me who has a large platform. Well, someone like me who has a large following, they'd probably ban people like me.
Right.
I mean,
So that's my only thing with Parlor is, and really I've only been over there for a few days or something.
mhm.
Um,
No, it's a free speech platform. They allow. I mean, I call George Soros names over there, and I've never been banned. I've never been banned or had my account suspended.
well, that's what I was thinking though, is because all I have seen so far is kind of patriot voices there, which is great. But I
Mhm,
wanted to I'm still using my Twitter account too because I want to
mhm,
make sure that that what I'm saying has an opportunity to
mhm.
at least interact with, um, left leaning people, right?
Yeah,
I don't want to get myself into a position where I'm just in um, a, a paper bubble, I guess, where we're just
yeah.
talking
No,
to
that's a
each
good
other
point.
and we're not
Yeah.
talking to others as
Mhm,
well. Um,
mhm,
because I mean, honestly, I think that's another um, opportunity for them, right? Because uh,
mhm,
like with 4chan or 8chan or
mhm,
8kun or whatever,
mhm,
um, this idea that, oh, that's a um, right wing, conspiracy. That's a right
mhm,
wing. That's a far right. Just
mhm,
whatever kind of terms they want to tag onto it, and it makes people not want to go there, right? Like, oh well,
mhm,
it's they write it off. So I would
mhm,
hate for Parlor to be a situation where we put all of our time or all of our efforts into that and it becomes this bubble where people are just writing it off. Then we're kind of we've kind of become limited, right?
mhm.
Where
Yeah.
our
Mhm,
impact is less. So now I
mhm.
don't know that that's true about Parlor because, like I said, I've only been on there for a few days, so I
There's
don't.
there's libertarians on Parler. I mean, there's some left leaning. Like there are some like Tim Pool individuals over on Parler. Laura Loomer's on Parler. David Clark's on Parler. Paul Joseph Watson's on Parler. Um, people who have been labeled far right by Twitter and mainstream media. But if I mean, like, let's say if I went to Twitter, right? It's not like I'd sit there spout one-liners all the time, because I've actually thought about maybe getting a Twitter account. But the other side of that too is that if you start talking about conservative viewpoints or or you mentioned Trump, it's like you get put in Twitter jail. You know,
Mm,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it happens based on how big your following is, or but I just it's almost like it would defeat. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the one that's overthinking it. You know. But if I did go to Twitter, it would mostly just to be follow Trump. That would be it. You
mhm.
know. But I don't know. But I just feel like on Parler I can get more of a message out because let's say if there are people who are coming over to our side, they're gonna want to see a platform like Parler push, not push, but they're going to want to see something like where they can. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that definitely factor into. I mean, Parler's growing, but mostly Parler is like people who claim to be refugees from Twitter have had their accounts suspended. And
That's awesome.
yeah, huh?
That's just awesome. Refugees from Twitter. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, and that's. I mean, I just, I don't know. I mean, it's a slippery slope because it's like we're being divided into factions. I mean, it's
Mhm.
like Gab. Gab, I don't use Gab because of the lack of support on Gab from people is unbelievable. Like people don't echo, they don't respond to your posts, so I left Gab. It was
Right.
just, I get more interaction out of Parlor.
Mhm.
But I've heard stories of people sharing. One of my buddies, he's on Facebook, and I told him, look, if I share this thing with Derek Grayson, there's a risk he might get put in Facebook jail because he's a Republican, he's an African American conservative.
Right.
They don't want people out there like that getting any kind of exposure. So he's like, oh, I'll risk it. I'll risk it. Okay, well, I'll send it to you, but if you get put in a Facebook jail, I don't know what to tell you.
Mhm.
So, but again,
Well,
it's I don't know. It's you could probably reach a larger base on Twitter. I mean, I don't know. Do you have a large following on Twitter, or is it just kind of?
I mean, it's not large. I have like close to 1,000 at this point,
Mhm,
but um, and that's the thing is, I think, I'm totally willing to be on Parlor and willing to support that
mhm,
and see it grow and see where it goes in its growth.
mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
uh, you know, I haven't yet had any issues with. I mean, I say all sorts of things. I mean, I'm always respectful. I don't. I even try to be careful about what I retweet. Um,
Mhm,
just kind of going back to saying earlier, if you spit in someone's face, then the likelihood that you're going to win them over is pretty nil, right? so,
yeah.
um,
Yeah.
so I try to be respectful, um, but I will still go after people.
Mhm,
During the hearings, I am sitting there like a crazy woman posting. I'll take screenshots of an interaction between like a representative and a witness, and then I'll be like, oh, this guy is doing
mhm,
this, or this guy said this, or whatever.
yeah.
Um, so I haven't had any issues yet, but
Mhm,
again, I don't have a huge following, so
mhm,
I don't have 30,000 or 50,000 people or whatever that are following me, so I may
yeah.
not be worth, you know, banning
Mhm.
or
So yeah. Mhm.
whatever.
I've been trying to get away. Like one of the things that Parlor has taught me. Now, even though my one-liners have brought me fame to Parlor, it's something I'm trying not to rely solely on. Because if I ever do branch out to another social media site, I don't want to have those one-liners, be what I'm known for, even though that's what I'm known for. So I have to kind of find something else that gets people's attention. The one-liners get people's attention to hear what I have to say. It doesn't, but sometimes it's kind of like Al Bundy, right? The guy who played Al Bundy, he got typecast in that role,
Right.
and that's what, yeah, Ed O'Neill. And I don't want to, have that kind of a complexion. You know what I'm saying? Although it may be a little too late for that because of how many one-liners I have all over, YouTube, but um, it's one of those things that I mean, I don't know. I mean, because Twitter and Parler are very similar to how they're set up, and it just to me, Parler is what helps me get my message out. But
Mhm.
again, I get what you're saying, and I understand, perfectly about what you're saying about Parler because we don't want it to turn into this like platform like Gab. Gab's known for far right, for their far right and all this, and we don't want Parler to get caught up in that kind of labeling, you know.
Right.
So
Right. And to the point where you're just only preaching to the choir. I mean, there is a benefit to that to a degree in that
mhm,
it helps to energize you. It helps you to know that you're not alone, right? There are others
mhm,
out there who do think like you. So
yeah,
there's definitely a a pro to that.
mhm,
Um, I just want to make sure that's not the only reach, right?
I have, yeah.
You know.
There's a couple of, well, there's a few people who re-echo a lot of the stuff I post. And judging by their profile pictures, I'd say they're, libertarian, middle of the road, and we do have those people over there on Parler,
Mhm.
but again, it's just one of those things we got to be careful that it doesn't, attract, because if you actually notice too, there's a lot of Saudi people from Saudi Arabia on Parler as well, but it's an American platform to my understanding. Jack,
Mm.
what's the guy's name? Jack Matze, John Matze. I think that's who the owner is. I could be wrong on his name, but I believe that's who started it.
Mhm.
But it's definitely. I mean, it's kind of like BitChute. I mean, even though YouTube. See, YouTube and Twitter, we're kind of in the same boat. Conservatives and libertarians are kind of in the same. We're kind of in this second class citizenry. Being treated as second class citizens on these platforms. Well, let's face it, they don't want a rehash of 2016, and they may possibly kick every conservative off of Twitter. So where do you go? That's one of the reasons why I established a base on Parler early rather than going to Twitter, because if I'm just gonna, maybe it's me taking the poor attitude towards Twitter, but if Twitter does kick me off, I want to have somewhere else to go.
Mhm.
And I guess that's one of the reasons why I chose mostly to do my stuff on Parler rather than Twitter. But we don't know. We don't know where things are going to be with social media. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone kept talking about this great purge. I haven't seen it yet, but we can't take everything we read, as literal cast in stone.
Right.
I mean, so. Oh, I'm
Right.
sorry. I know it's been really late. Hey, Mel, it was a great show. I enjoyed being on. Thanks for having me on.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate you jumping in and I, honestly, great conversation because you do the one-liners so much and they're great. Don't get me wrong, but you have so much. Okay, this sounds horrible. Okay,
No,
I'm gonna
it's all
blame it at almost 3 in the morning for me. Um, I was gonna say you have so much more
good.
to you. uh,
Mhm,
Not not saying that those are bad because I mean, I can't do what you do with one-liners. Um,
mhm,
I don't have the quick wit that you do,
mhm,
um, in that way, right? And
mhm.
so I'm not at all putting that down. I'm just saying that
No,
there's,
no, it's
I
good.
guess
It's all
maybe
good.
I should say not more, but there's a different side to you, um,
Mhm,
as well. And so it's great to, get to have that conversation and see
mhm,
that other side of you, and it was
mhm,
awesome. I appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation, and you
mhm.
know even the little bits of different perspective as well. So
No, yeah. Mhm.
yeah,
So,
very
yeah.
cool.
All right.
All
Well,
right. Well, thank you much, and
you're welcome.
hopefully we'll do this again.
Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely. If I ever get the notification that you go live, I mean, we all know how that goes. But,
Right. Yeah, exactly.
but,
Exactly.
well, have a good night and good night, chat. Hope is Sam still there?
No, I think just Jeff, because I think Six String uh, went to, well, I was gonna say went to bed, but no, actually went to work.
Yeah, yeah,
Went to go be productive.
yeah. But
Yes.
well, yeah. Well, have a good night, and I'll try to catch you next live stream.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate it, and I will see you around. Even if I don't see you here, I'll see you around in the chats.
Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. All right. Have a
So
good night.
yes, good night,
All right.
and
Take care.
yes, you too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm. Good night. And just want to thank everybody for coming, Jeff.
Oh,
It was cool to see you um, pop in here too. I appreciate that, and we will see you later. Have a good night.
have a good night. Take care.
Thanks, you too.